Many.
One and then myself.
Oh, I guess.
Very good.
Who the one
Day
is.
is young.
Okay,
There's about 4 people can do.
so it is time, and so
Do that. So we can have
look at the mayor to start our meeting.
Everyone's talking. Sorry, what? Kenmore City Council is now in session.
Thank
There.
you.
Good, okay.
Well, thank you, welcome. The agenda is in your workbook, and a quick nod to the staff and the folks who put this workbook together. It's excellent, went through it and we worked together, so there are ground rules. They're in your packet, nothing's changed there. I want to quickly point to the relationship between ground rules and the agenda. You have, as always, a very packed agenda with a lot of things to consider. And the ground rules are designed to help us be efficient in our discussions. So they're useful. I'm not going to go through each of the agenda items other than to say that I think it's an interesting blend of looking forward and looking at your philosophy of leadership and a number of key things there, married right up next to your budget and how you approach, the fiscal aspects of your responsibilities and so on, with a whole lot in between. And the council members have identified areas that they would like to speak to or have us discuss. That's been divided in a couple areas that actually relate to a budget fiscal perspective as well. So it's a packed agenda. I think it's going to be really fun, and reading the support material, the staff work on it looked excellent to me. So I want to point that out relative to other folks I work with. That just seems terrific. With that, is there any other comments before I turn it over to you, Rob?
Yeah, so big thanks to our city clerk and deputy city clerk, Michelle and Anastasia, for all the work they put in. This is talk louder, okay.
And Nancy.
Oh, yeah, there's a whole team of people, but putting together a retreat like this is a production, and a lot of work goes in behind the scenes to make it happen. So I want to thank you too. And then, Nancy Meehan, the executive assistant, also has played a key role in a lot of logistics and the reservations and things like that. Nancy's the one who put together these binders for us. And so speaking of these binders, I do want to call your attention to the second tab, which is our work plans. And again, this is no small effort to put these together. Here, I'm holding up an example. This is what I call a visual work plan, and the reason I call it that is because you can see somebody's work plan laid out over 12 months. You can see the department work plan laid out over 12 months. And I refer to these often, and I ask my department heads to update these regularly. So this is not just an academic exercise, it's an actual tool we use to see how they're doing on their workload and where they're making progress on things. And I think it's also useful context for you all when you're talking about what you want to see for the city and what the resources are. So, yeah, and I think I failed to mention, but the leadership team, the rest of the leadership team will be joining us around noon. Okay. So that's why the table feels a little bit empty. I understand Deputy Mayor O'Kane is going to be here any second. So, yeah.
Okay.
Want me to keep going?
I do. I think we're at the 10-10 mark.
Okay. And also in the first tab, there's the council goals and the 20-year vision. So that's two important things to be referring to and thinking about during the retreat. And ultimately the culmination or the climax of this is tomorrow afternoon when you look at your goals and determine what your top priorities are going to be. And just maybe it might be a little presumptuous on my part, but I'm guessing that walkways and waterways might drop out of the top 5. So we'll see if that's true, but given that the last of the 5 ribbons was cut just about a month or 2 ago, I think you might want to be thinking about replacing it with another goal. And now that doesn't mean walkways and waterways is over, right? There's still a lot of work to do. There's the project closeout and then gearing up for all the maintenance and all that goes with those, and the ongoing habitat restoration plant establishment that's going to go on for 10 plus years. So walkways and waterways doesn't just disappear off the workload, but given its status and where we're at on it, you may want to think about replacing it with another priority. So, so with that, can we go into the 10-10 item?
Yes,
Bring it to the 10 bullet. Okay. So, I just love reading stuff about, oh, hey, Deputy Mayor, okay,
Good
welcome.
morning.
We just ran through some kind of housekeeping things, so you didn't miss much. Yeah. But over the course of my career, one of the things I just gobble up is things on leadership philosophy and team building, how people come together and make decisions. And I've read a lot of really great stuff over my career, but just I'd say in the last 5 to 10 years, I've really found some really awesome nuggets, if you will, of kind of leadership development, and not just leadership development, but personal development. And some of that work has stemmed from a Stanford professor named Carol Dweck, and she did a lot of trailblazing work on mindsets. And some of you are nodding your heads, may have read that book. Others have taken her work and gone even deeper and farther, and one of them is PhD at Cal State Fullerton in their business school. His name is Ryan Gottfredson, and he's written a couple of books that have really resonated with me, and I thought I would just share some of what I've gleaned in these. And you know, this, why am I sharing this with you? Because I think this can help you in your as a city council working well together as a team. Let me just read you a little story. Can you guys, are you okay with that? So you can get comfy if you want. So the author of this book, Ryan Gottfredson, he says, let me introduce you to Benjamin Zander. Benjamin Zander, the founder and conductor of the Boston Philharmonic Orchestra. In the music world, a conductor is traditionally seen as a mythical, perhaps somewhat tyrannical leader who towers above the orchestra, dictating to the musicians what to play and how to play it. Reflecting on his career over 50 years, Zander recalled that for the first half of his career, he fit the mold of the stereotypical tyrannical leader with an inward mindset. He saw himself as being the most important person in the orchestra. In his eyes, his musicians were instruments to play the music the way he wanted it played, rather than people with their own feelings and desires. Zander's primary focus was to gain notoriety, audience appreciation, and critical praise, which would lead to other opportunities and greater success for himself. But that came at a cost. This mindset made it justifiable to berate his musicians, push them to the brink of exhaustion, and limit their voice and personal contribution to the orchestra and the presentation of the music. The result? His musicians felt infantile and submissive. He rarely created space for his musicians to communicate with them, let alone having a role in deciding how to play a particular piece of music. If his musicians made mistakes, he would come down insensibly hard on them. He was willing to push them to burnout, not because of what was best for them, but because he thought it would be best for him. Zander's mindset created an environment in which the orchestra musicians had a job satisfaction level akin to that of prison guards. Who do you think is going to play better music? Those who feel unsatisfied, worn out, and disengaged, or those who feel cared about, satisfied, and engaged? This is an obvious answer that those with an inward mindset have had a hard time converting into practice. And I'll be talking a little bit later about what an inward mindset is. Halfway through his career, Xander had an epiphany. While he was the face of the orchestra, he did not play a single note. Even though he was in a position of organizational power and the one who received all the media attention, his true power lay in his ability to make his musicians powerful. Awakening to this led him to develop an outward mindset. This upgrade and its corresponding results proved dramatic. Xander began to see his musicians as not instruments, but people, even partners in creating great music. He went from asking himself, how good am I, to asking himself, how can I make my players lively and engaged? He went from trying to gain influence over his players and teaching them his interpretations to being focused on helping his musicians express each phrase as beautifully as they were capable of. He went from not caring about his musicians' opinions to listening to what they had to say. He viewed them as individuals with their own needs, wants, feelings, interests, unique talents, and divine qualities. He began to see his musicians as being as important as, if not more important than, himself. This led to significant changes in Xander's leadership. At one point during the rehearsal, he incorrectly pointed out that a musician did not come in at the right time. A few minutes later, after recognizing his error, he apologized. After the rehearsal, at least 3 people came to him and stated that they couldn't remember the last time they had heard a conductor admit his own mistake and apologize. Additionally, he started leaving blank pieces of paper on the stand of every player, inviting them to write down any observation that might guide him to empower their quest to play the music more beautifully. This gave his musicians a voice in what they were creating, a rare opportunity in the hyper-competitive world of orchestral music. So I'm just about done here. So with this new mindset, Xander's brilliant mind obsessed on the question. So with an inward, so remember, I'm sorry, let me back up. With an inward mindset, so the one he previously had, he obsessed on the question, how much greatness can I achieve? That was his obsession. How much greatness, how much success can I have? Now with this new mindset, his apex question is, how much greatness am I willing to help others achieve? And another little bit later in the book, he talks about if he sees a member of the orchestra not reaching their potential, or what he calls just not having that sparkle in their eyes, rather than judging them or putting the problem on them, he asks a more introspective question. He says, who am I being that their light is not shining? Who am I being that their light is not shining? So this is a story that kind of sets an intro for the vertical development handout that you saw in your packets. And so let's go ahead and turn there. So it's under the tab of council team building. And this, in Ryan Gottfridson's book, he talks about horizontal development and vertical development and the difference between the two. And maybe those of you who have studied psychology and behavioral health know more about this than I do, but basically horizontal development is where you improve yourself in a skill. Like you may learn to become a faster reader, or you might learn how to play the piano, or you might learn how to communicate more effectively, or how to do a sales pitch better. That's horizontal development. Vertical development is where you actually change your operating system, where you change how you view the world, how you process the world, how you make sense of it in a more sophisticated and more emotionally intelligent manner. And that's vertical development. So of course, Ryan's focus is on the vertical development side. And he talks about how the research has shown that when it comes to children and youth, they automatically vertically develop. It's more of a function of their age. But once they reach adulthood, adults can reach a plateau in their vertical development on how they process the world around them. And so the question has been, do adults hit a plateau, or can they still vertically develop through adulthood? And the answer is yes, they can, but instead of it being a function of age, it's more of a function of effort. So it's about trying to find ways and being open to new ways of seeing the world around us and processing it differently. And Ryan points out that we often think that the way we see the world around us is the best way to see the world. And if we believed otherwise, wouldn't we change that viewpoint? And yet oftentimes people do view the world in a way that needs to be leveled up. And how do we break into that, and how do we crack that? Well, one of the ways to do it is to attach some vocabulary with it, create an awareness of it. And so, especially if you get into the world of psychology, there's definitely, it's more sophisticated than this book goes into, but Ryan Gottfredson puts it into three primary stages of adult development. You can see that on the third page, and you'll see the pyramid there. He calls it mind 1.0, mind 2.0, and mind 3.0. And I like to write stuff as I'm. So if you're at mind 1.0, the focus is on comfort and avoiding problems. And he calls it the good soldier level. Also, those who are in 1.0, they don't want to stand out. They just want to fit in. So they want to fit in. At mind 2.0, it's actually a little bit different. Going from comfort, you go from a comfort focus to a success focus. And the goal is to stand out. Stand out, be recognized. And you're not actually trying to avoid problems at this stage, because you're willing to take on challenges and problems if it gets you recognized, if it helps you stand out. Well, then we go into 3.0. And by the way, if you see the page where let's see. Well, never mind, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, if you look at the page with the pyramid, the research has shown where people tend to reside, the general populations tend to reside. Michael and I were talking about this earlier. Like, we want the truth to be different, and is really only 1% of the population in 3.0. I hope not. I think it depends on the situation, right? I'll talk about 3.0 in a second. But like, as a parent, I think I'm definitely in 3.0. Like, it's not about me, it's about my kids and helping them succeed. And sometimes I think we go in and out of different levels, but we can talk about that in a different second. So mind 3.0 is, instead of wanting to be comfortable or to be successful, the main thing here is to contribute and to add value. And you don't really care if you get recognized for that. You just want to know inside yourself that did you have an impact? Did you add value? And so the goal goes from like wanting to fit in or wanting to stand out. The goal is about lifting others. And so Gottfredson draws a dotted line right here. And the difference, the main difference between these levels is these are more self-focused and this goes to an others focus. So these two are focused on self and this level is focused on others. So how do you get there? And obviously this is the level to achieve. And it's kind of sad here. He says 1% of adults are in 3.0 and 8% of executives are. According to Gottfredson, one way of getting here is the mindset work that he's talked about. And I'll talk about that in just a second. But I think this lifting others, wanting to contribute, I think it's also about gaining personal attributes that help us get there. And their personal attributes such as humility. And really, this word isn't used very much in the professional world, but love, like true love for the people around you and people you serve. And it's not just the loud people, but it's everybody in the community, even the otherwise unlovable. And not just people in Kenmore, but what about all the people who want to come to Kenmore but can't afford to? What about people who want the quality of life to come to Kenmore, but they can't make that happen? So it's a bigger conversation about these types of personal attributes, but I think these are the kind of attributes that help get us to 3.0. So before I go to mindsets, any thoughts, reactions, comments, questions?
I mean, a lot of this seems tied to people's ego and their ability to be vulnerable, I think,
Yeah.
on some level.
Yeah, I think for me, it's my own pride that shoves me down. Yeah, and keeps me in the lower levels.
Karina?
I'd also say the ability to be comfortable in an uncomfortable space, the ability to welcome being uncomfortable, to be able to have the growth mindset, because you can't grow without, embracing something that's hard to do, or we all have abilities to learn from these moments in time and from each other. And usually also brings compassion, love, and humility.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a saying I heard that there's no growth in the comfort zone and there's no comfort in the growth zone. So, yeah.
I think you brought up, one of the most important words that's been excluded from our culture and our upbringing, especially when it comes to government and business, and that is love.
Yeah.
Which is a unique connection that we all hold together, an opportunity for us to actually embrace our wholeness in this space, rather than that ego space that we're talking, that's been brought up. And I think it's really important. I think it takes courage as a city manager to even use that word in public. And I think it's a universal word. And it's something that does enter our lives at all points in time. So when we can put our focus on that universal spirit of love, there's an opening that takes place, but it's hard. We're conditioned to separate that out to our private lives or other spaces.
Yeah.
So we are all in a relation here, working for the city of Kenmore itself, which is a part of a bigger system. So the more that we're able to embrace love in our thinking, and I'm not saying this in a religious sense, but in a truest self place, why we're elected here. the more open to ideas and opportunity we can be to improve our world.
Yeah, and, oh, if I could just follow up on that comment. Yeah, so often when you say, what's the opposite of love? Hate's the opposite of love, probably, yeah. But also, another opposite of love is fear. And fear is often driven by our own pride or our own desire to be comfortable. And so the fear of being yelled at a council meeting, the fear of being publicly insulted. Well, you can drive out fear if you have these types of things. And if this is true and genuine, and this is the overriding attribute, then it actually pushes out that fear. And you're willing to take on challenges, you're willing to take the insults for this higher level.
Other comments or thoughts?
This is very similar to a podcast I was just listening to on the way up here, so, and it was Simon Sinek, who is, you know, who specializes in leadership, and
Yeah.
he was talking about how Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which I think is very similar, right? Like this is basic comfort, food, shelter, protection, right? And then as you move up the chain, you become more outward thinking, like community, relationships, et cetera. And one thing actually that he points out that he feels like Maslow's hierarchy of need got wrong is that he didn't think about the daily human experience and how as that you are continually managing this paradox, which I know we're going to talk about later, of being an individual within a community. And you have to balance both of those things. And I think that's what we kind of go through. And I think that's why we also travel through 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0 in different situations. But I mean, if you listen to Simon Sinek at all, one of the big things that he talks about a lot and is a thread in all of his leadership lessons is that you gain more as an individual and as a society when you give. And so really operating at that level 3.0, I'd say is very consistent with what he talks about is like, everyone can be happier if you are bringing happiness, joy, lifting others. It will bring you more in return as well.
Yeah, and it's that giving without the expectation that you'll get noticed or that you'll get some reward, right? It's just giving for the sake of giving, having impact.
Other thoughts? Question?
Can we turn to mindsets? So,
Can I say one really quick thing?
sure.
When I read this, of course, my background is psychology, social psychology in particular, I recognize, and this is just my mental mindset bias, if you will, that this progression often, for at least for me, was tracked up in terms of the space in which I existed in my life. So in particular, 2.0 for me was really when I was a parent, and trying to establish, you know, a house and a job and income and raise a child and all of that. And I think one of the and then later in life, I felt in doing that, and once you kind of accomplish that in one way or another, almost a freedom to go to the third level. And I think the challenge in this actually, and one of the reasons I really like the fact that you dared to put this out to leaders in your community today in the way that you're doing this, is if you understand this, I think that can empower you to be a 3.0 mindset, even though you're being absorbed with the life as it's being presented to you. You get a little of that, I think, as a dad, and I'll speak for myself, because you feel that you suddenly recognize my role now is to impart values to my kids, right, and so on. But I think as elected leaders, I can think of no other time in my life where it's more important that the public face stand up for values. I can think of no other time where it's more important than this era that we're in right now, because we're getting an onslaught of just the opposite. So being able to step outside the structure of your life, which I think is really hard, this could empower something like that for sure.
Yeah. All right, so let me write down some things that, actually, most of us want to happen, right? So your typical person, we all want to look good, right? Look good, want to be right. We want to avoid problems. I mean, who wants problems? And get ahead. Look good, be right, avoid problems, get ahead. I mean, on the surface, don't we all want that, right? Because who wants to look bad? Be wrong. Have problems. Or get passed up. Right, so opposite of looking good, looking bad, be right, be wrong, avoiding problems, having problems, get ahead, get passed up. Nobody wants any of those things.
I beg to differ. Sometimes it's great to have problems if you've taken on a task and you know it's going to be a hassle for a bunch of different things, but the ultimate goal is something that you think is beneficial.
Yes.
That might be one exception.
Yes, thank you, Joe, and you're ahead of me, so thank you. This is good. But just kind of on their surface, right? Like, I think, that's nothing terribly wrong with these, right? But actually, each one of these desires is associated with a negative mindset. Negative mindset. And so that's where some of the material goes into that I'd like to walk us through really quick. So if you could turn to a page that says, do you know what mindsets drive success? And it's got the cup of coffee on the front. You all see that? I think most of you or some of you are there. So it's the page with a cup of coffee. So flip a little bit, Joe. Yeah, after the green piece of paper. Yeah, you got it. Okay. All right. So this is also Ryan Gottfried's work, and he talks about this concept of mindsets. And again, he didn't blaze the trail on this, Carol Dweck did, and but he's taken it a step further. And we've all heard the term mindsets, and if you ask somebody, hey, what mindset should you have? Most people say, oh yeah, I should have a positive mindset. But there's actually research that goes into studying 4 different types of mindsets. There's probably other mindsets, but he's found that there's solid research on 4 mindsets in particular. And those are the growth mindset. So those mindsets are fixed versus growth, closed versus open, prevention versus promotion, and inward versus outward. Anyway, so with fixed versus growth, the concept there is if you have a fixed mindset, you feel like you're born with certain skills and aptitudes, and you can't really grow out of, you can't really develop much based on what talents you were given in life. That's kind of a fixed mindset. And a growth mindset is no, we can, with a lot of work and effort, we can actually grow and achieve and learn new things and learn new skills. The problem with a fixed mindset is if you have a fixed mindset, then if you try something initially and you're not super good at it, when you first try it, then you're like, oh, I must not have been meant to do that thing. I suck at it, and therefore I'm not going to try harder. And And you're up in, and from that standpoint is if you suck at something, it's not because you haven't learned it yet. It's because you're inferior. And then, so people instead of putting them in situations that make them look inferior, they just avoid them altogether. And that's driven by pride and fear. So that's fixed versus growth. So if you're in a growth mindset, you go from wanting to look good to you just want to learn and grow and develop. You don't care about looking good or bad. You just want to learn and grow and develop. The closed versus open mindset is all about being right. And again, it's driven by that inner pride, but you don't want to look bad, you want to be right, and you don't want to entertain the possibility that you might be wrong. Whereas with an open mindset, the priority goes from wanting to be right to what's the best solution? What's the optimal solution for our organization? And you care more about that than you care about being right. I heard one marriage counseling expert say that a lot of people in their marriage, they'd rather be right than happy. And I think that's applies here. Do we want to be right and stuck on our position, or do we want to be open to other ideas for the greater benefit of the organization? And then prevention versus promotion is this idea of, wanting to be that comfort focus in level one. And Ryan gives a really rudimentary example of a ship. Where, two sea captains, one may want to have a prevention mindset where the goal is to keep the ship at harbor and safe, in a safe place. Whereas a promotion mindset is going out and having adversity, having challenges, so that you achieve a purpose or a goal. And so that's prevention versus promotion. Promotion is, hey, let's go and achieve things and make things happen for the greater good. And we know we are going to encounter storms along the way, versus keeping our ship at harbor. And was a ship meant to be at harbor? No. Ship's purpose is to go out to sea and encounter those storms. And then the last one is inward versus outward. And that's, you can see that on the second to the last page there. And again, inward mindset, this is about how we view and see people. Inward versus outward. And again, is the focus to get ahead, or is the focus to lift others? And do we see people as objects or means to an end? Like, I'm going to use that person in front of me to get ahead? Or do we see people as human beings with feelings and their need to thrive and succeed as well? Another component of inward versus outward is when we see somebody, do we see them as doing their best or not doing their best? Inward mindset tends to rush to judgment and sees people as not doing their best. Outward mindset gives people the benefit of the doubt, because remember, you see them as human beings with feelings and experiences and life struggles. And so you go to the conclusion that they are doing their best. And Ryan gives an example of his book about seeing somebody who was panhandling at the grocery store. And early in his life, he's like, oh, come on, that person, they need to get a job. What's going on? Da, da, da. But now he's like, what's happened in that person's life that's brought him to this? And he sees them as doing their best. And it's a shift from judgment to no judgment, right? And or from viewing people as not doing their best to people who are to seeing people doing their best. So how do we go from these negative mindsets to these positive mindsets? How do we go from fixed to growth, closed to open, prevention to promotion, inward versus outward? Well, Ryan says that one of the first things you can do is have this vocabulary and have this awareness. That's step one. Any other thoughts? He goes through a whole litany of how to go to different mindsets, but how do we go from fixed to growth, closed to open, prevention to promotion, and inward to outward? Any thoughts, any ideas how we go from those, from one level to the next, or from one mindset to the next? Joe?
Maybe Ralph Waldo Emerson, the great American transcendentalist, was a growth mindset person when he said consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. It doesn't get you there, but at least it maybe promotes the idea.
Yeah.
It's sometimes got to be able to change and grow or learn and contradict yourself.
Yeah, because with consistency, that means you go to your comfortable spot, right?
Other thoughts? Brent?
I would say to move through the levels and into the space of growth mindset, and to be successful, you have to be willing to engage and be vulnerable to do that outreach.
Yeah.
And then equally, hopefully you create the language to match the intent. So if there's a perceived or possible problem, you could say, tell me a little bit more about your thoughts on that. What were you thinking on that issue? Somebody not in the growth mindset space who might feel judged, instead of, I see you, I hear you, tell me more. And so that's where the, could I be wrong? Could I be looking bad? I want to be right. The jealousy monster even can feed the fuel to not move in and upward. So being vulnerable is really important.
Yeah, vulnerability,
Yeah.
it's huge.
Melanie?
How do we move from that to the growth mindset, right? This is the question.
Yeah.
And I think at the foundation of that, it has to, there's something that has to come from inside, but in order for that thing to come from inside, we have to create a secure environment for people to be their best. Now, creating, and I personally don't think you can, how do I explain this? I think I'll just say, each of us is responsible for creating the security and space for people to feel safe to be themselves in the spirit of helping us grow our community, our world, whatever place that we're beginning at. So that we are ultimately responsible for creating a space for others to feel safe enough to move into that growth mindset. So we are responsible for ourselves to open the door for others. And not all of us are always going to know where we are on that continuum. We may think we're at 3, but we're at 1. Opening the door to just opening. For others, is I may say something that offends you or might be upset. For, like, I can say, I feel very safe with with the people in a lot of people in my life. And I can say this, they might think I'm nuts this moment. I know they still love me. And I may be opening a door for a pathway or a solution to something that we don't necessarily have a solution to. But the door starts to open when we say the things that are out of bounds. And we may end up right where we are right here. But the willingness to open thought, where we live in a world right now where our parameters of what's okay to say in public or to our friends is narrowed. Our conditions have been kind of slowly but surely over my lifetime, I can feel it. And for us to have the courage to say, where's that gray area that we're not talking about anymore? Where, and that's kind of opening to the love, this. How do we work together? And I think it does begin with each of us creating safe space and limiting our instinctual judgment, right? Because that is, it's easy to judge. I do it, I'm human. I'm speaking very philosophically here. Whereas we become more open to listening to each other, it creates a healthy space for others. Starts with us though. It always starts with each of us choosing to listen. I think it's kind of what others have said, that it's so incredibly important to create the safe space.
And I think it ties to what Karina was just saying about the V word, vulnerability. And creating that space, safe place, you going first, me going first, right? Me being vulnerable first, and kind of modeling that to the organization. And so if I can be vulnerable and admit my mistakes, then that opens the door for others to do the same. So.
I think one of the things at the heart of this is a sense of security in the space that you have. And so when I look at great councils that have worked together over my career, the one thing the great councils have had is they're not afraid of each other, and it unlocks innovation. They're not afraid to be wrong, and they begin to count on each other. I'm weak in the area of finance. I'll use something else, but Deborah's not. So when we come to the table, we see all of that, and the great councils don't worry. They know they're accepted as individuals. Their contributions now are unlocked. The way they go. It's rare, honestly, because the political environment doesn't really encourage that, in my judgment at this point, but that's there. Other thoughts?
Yeah, it's similar to what Karina and Melanie said. I think, vulnerability, love, humility, but, and I guess the piece I wanted to say is it's about us individually with each other, but I think it's also how we are in relation to community. Because we hear from each other and with community, things that we may not agree with, but maybe they're just trying to understand where is that person coming from, assuming best intention, both with us and in community, even when we don't agree. And I have felt that on our council at various points. That ability to disagrees, but that's okay. And we'll move past that. And then we'll talk about something else that's unrelated and it'll be cool. But sometimes I think we get trapped in, but again, both here and in community, with kind of shaming each other, for lack of a better word. So I don't know, how do we not do that? I hate to frame it in the negative, but there feels like there's a polarity between the openness and the judgment or shaming. Yeah. So yeah.
Angela?
I'm actually going to admit that I was just looking up in Googling some ideas, but related to what Deborah is saying, I do think that it takes, we have to be open to it ourselves. We have to recognize it ourselves, right? And then one thing that I don't think we do on council, because it's just not really part of, I think, the role, is asking for feedback. We do this in our workplaces, right? We get annual reviews or we get performance reviews. I think it's much different when someone gives you feedback versus you asking for it, right? And then also, reflection. I'm sure we all do this ourselves, right? After council meetings or any interactions we have, like reflecting and thinking about what did we learn from that situation? What might we do differently, if anything?
And Ryan talks about journaling that reflection and help putting that down in writing. Also inviting people to tell you what your blind spots are. So that's definitely a tough one, right? Because like when you hear the word criticism, it's a threat. How do you go from seeing it as a threat to a gift? See criticism as a gift. Wow, that's one I haven't mastered. Yeah,
Right, it could be constructive criticism as it's called, right?
yes, constructive criticism.
It can be intended that way.
Yeah.
It can come, this
Yeah.
really strikes home because I was a horrible writer when I first went to graduate school.
There you
And the writing, the critiques that my professors gave
Yeah.
were,
Withering.
they were. And the journey from going, oh, I don't want to give that paper, I really don't, to where I am today, where I can't write anything for publication without giving it to people I know are gonna tell me what's wrong with it. Not what's right with it, what's wrong with it. That's probably one of the most important journeys in my life ever. Just,
Yeah,
I mean, honestly.
when I was in college, I was a research assistant for a professor, and we helped them write this paper for publication, and then it gets peer reviewed, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
And my world was opened because you get these comments back from these professors that are, and they're brutal.
brutal.
And you just want to cry. You just like, really, was it that bad? You know, so, but you've often that.
I just have to share a similar experience, with publishing and stuff, and then when I was in the position to critique others, at the very beginning, my first professor said, "Now this is the red pen of love." and whenever I was starting to work with someone new, I would say that, it does get better, and it is quite the growth opportunity, but there is something, that's a very concrete example, like you're writing. There's another level of critique when it's like how you are.
Personal
But-
interactions.
Yeah, there you go. So it's a struggle. I think that's a harder level to,
I think there's a
get.
skill set involved in how to disagree effectively. I really do. And in your case, in public, it's one thing for us to sit here today as colleagues and kick ideas around and go, I just really don't agree with that and so on. But learning the art of not agreeing when the rest of the world is watching you, that's a whole nother deal.
Oh, I think that's a really good point that you're bringing up, because when the work that we're doing on the dais and the conversations we have are reflective of our values and I think our character and our core. So I think feels much different than when we're talking about behavior or like mechanics of writing, right? That's so
Absolutely.
different. So I think it's gonna hit a little bit differently, because we're gonna walk away from those conversations feeling like that's part of who I am.
Right.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, good.
I was thinking about how I like to engage on the council when there are some differences. If we have, and it's good to be, very deliberate. And it can be very uncomfortable to be very deliberate in your communication. So I will just say, here's a good example. We had a recent example, right? Some public comments that were not standing with both the city values or the council values for our mission. And differences in past statements, recent past statements. And so I like to give a mindful reminder, like a mindful reminder of where we're headed to, why we're doing what we're doing, and then what it is that is the issue. And I might flip those around to make it sing with, where my heart is at in the moment, and also where our commitment is to the community. Because where we enter this space as public leaders, we're accountable to the public, the people who voted us to be present and, speak for them and help move the community for them. And so it can be uncomfortable when there's, hateful or biased statements. And it can be uncomfortable to address those things. But we do need to. I think that one of the things I had mentioned recently was that we probably need to, continue that diversity equity training. We have a commitment to do it. It's been a couple years. We should really engage that work. It's not just the city's work, it's our work too. And holding ourselves accountable. I'm not perfect. We all have work to do. And we can't continue to grow unless we're all engaged and work together. So it can be, I could see where that could feel like a judgment when it's actually a commitment to the agreements that we need to move forward with. But also trying to be solution oriented. Deliveries can always be different. And how people take input or comment depends on where they're at, Do they fear? Do they worry about needing to get ahead or what happens if they get passed up? Can you not just be happy being and being part of a group, functionally working together and for the best of the community? I think that's where I like to work in.
Okay.
Might be following on what you're saying. But I'm just going back to that criticism space. I think there's something beyond that, especially. I think we as a group can look at, which is what's at the root of our discomfort. What's at the root of our discomfort? Working together. When we have conflict or issue. What's at the root of that? And where is it within us that we're uncomfortable? Rather than maybe looking at an individual or a couple of people as part of causing the problem. So what are we not hearing from their side that can help us grow? Like, I think we've been through a really tough 4 years as a council. But the best thing about tough 4 years is the amount of growth that takes place through challenging times. Learning that this wasn't a personal attack, it was whatever was going on in that experience. Or, we can choose to look at that, but whether it's on council, as a parent, going through a tough divorce, whatever things that have happened in my life, the hardest times are the places where we grow the most. I want to get to a place where we don't have to go through such tough stuff. Ideally, we're talking about how do we get to living the light, right?
Yeah.
I mean, right? Like that's where we all want to go as people in humanity. That like recognizing criticism doesn't necessarily come from another. It comes from yourself when you feel that discomfort. Where is that coming from? And it's really easy to finger point. It's really easy to get mad. So then take that step and go, what's at the root of that? And how do I work through, we are a body of a whole, working together for the people of Kenmore. Where can I learn more? Help, we put our voices forward as well as we can, and then we have to work together with whatever our votes are at the end of the day. And we're doing the best we can for the city, but I just wanted to call attention. Inner criticism is an incredibly powerful thing to look at. Because we are our biggest critics.
There's,
How we doing the time? Okay, okay.
there's one more thing, there's um, I just lost my words. Thinking about emotional IQ. One of the things I like to do is go home and run myself through a practice. And I can take any moment in the day and do this as well. And what was it that was said or done? What did I feel in that moment? How did I respond? What can I change or do differently? And that puts us in the pathway of growth mindset. So that's being vulnerable enough with yourself to do that work. I know I'm just human. I'm just human. I'm a mother. I am a person with a disability. I'm a college student. I do my side work and counsel and all these committees. And so at times we are always going to be up and down the continuum, depending on what's going on in our lives. But it helps me stay more true to myself and hold myself accountable as a self practice. And it's been one of those things I learned through like human-centered leadership and training that we did with American University just last year, along with Councilmember Baker. And it was a really good education. So it's something I'm still utilizing. Yeah.
Any other comments?
All right, do you mind if we shift gears over to polarity thinking? Polarity thinking. This is also along the team building lines, and it's about helping you and the community when you're making policy decisions. So think of it in those terms. So this work, the kind of trailblazer for this work is a guy named Barry Johnson. And polarity thinking has to do with,
Before you start,
yeah,
I'm looking at our schedule, doing the facilitator thing.
yeah, yes,
Real quickly, because does anybody need a quick break before we go into
that's a
that?
good idea.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We're supposed to take one, but I'm kind of looking at the schedule here, and it seems like before we get in, just conceptually into a new model.
Yeah.
It might be good to
Makes
just
sense.
take a quick, yeah. All right, I think before we start back on our agenda, I think we have some micro
We're missing
announcements.
2 people, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no,
that's
there's-
Councilmember File.
Oh, okay. No, I'm like, wait, I'm looking
You're
forward.
teasing us.
How's the owl working? Are we recording right now? Okay.
That's announcement number 1. If you're wondering how we're recording, you see this device in the center, it's called an owl.
It's very
It
cute, it's got
even
little
moves.
eyes.
When you start it up, it does. The little topper on it is a 360 camera, so it's catching everybody and it's catching yourself, so that's how we're recording. It is a sensitive creature, which means it picks up all sorts of things, paper rustling, cookie crinkling, and all of the alerts on your devices. So silence your computers if you wouldn't mind. That's announcement number 2, which we may have to repeat.
And you're muting this when we're on break and
Correct.
all that, okay.
Correct.
We're being muted and there's a landing page up so that as far as visibility goes.
Well, doesn't the landing page though, doesn't that still, no,
In the
maybe this is
very
on Zoom?
But third corner versus the whole screen.
Oh, yes.
Does it capture muttered oaths?
It does.
No.
Also strange utterings and mutterings. It
But like even side whispering conversations?
could, yes.
Yeah.
So, Karina, you missed the part about the owl, and at the break, you can get filled in on it, but one of the important things is it picks up any noise. So we've been asked to mute our devices so that
And not that.
if they squawk at us or crackle paper, right, okay. Any other micro announcements?
That's it for now.
That's it. But stay tuned. Okay, with that, back to our agenda and Rob.
Yeah, so polarity thinking, or another term is polarity management. Polarity management. So what are polarities? Polarities are a natural phenomenon. They occur in our world. And what they are, it's not good versus evil. A polarity is actually 2 good things that seemingly compete or are seemingly mutually exclusive. But actually, they are 2 independent pairs that need each other over time. So if you read the article, you can kind of get an idea. But one example of a polarity is consistency versus flexibility. And how the 2 actually kind of need each other. Another example is individual freedom versus collective cooperation. And the 2 may seem at odds, but actually if you imbalance one over the other, it hurts both. So those are 2 kind of obvious examples. Other examples are like in an organization, that organizations are always trying to find the tension between centralizing versus decentralizing. Maybe in our organization, you want to be fiscally conservative, but what about going after big opportunities? And can you do both? If you're too fiscally conservative, maybe you miss out on the big opportunities. But if you emphasize this too much, then you hurt the finances. And if you hurt the finances, so both need each other, right? Another one is cost versus quality. And how do you find the balance there? So when it comes to polarities, there's some things to know about polarities. They're not solvable. They're not actually problems to solve. They're just ongoing. They're going to be there forever. That battle between consistency and flexibility, it's always going to be there. It's not a problem to solve. And they actually are interdependent over the long term. So those are some concepts with polarities. Now, there are problems to solve. So one example is tuberculosis. So in the city of Tacoma, they used to have a TB sanatorium right there in South Tacoma, kind of where by the Warren Mall is now. And that was a thing. You got TB, you went to that sanatorium. But eventually, over time, our country eradicated tuberculosis for the most part. And that sanatorium is now a Coca-Cola bottling plant. And so you can turn your sanatoriums into Coca-Cola bottling plants. So an example of a problem to solve versus a polarity is pedestrian and bicycle safety at your target zero goal. That is a problem to solve, and that has a finite endpoint, right? Another one is drug addiction, homelessness. Those are problems to solve. Those are not polarities. Now, you might find polarities when you're trying to solve those problems, but they're actually things that you can have a vision that, yes, we will have an endpoint with those things. So that's something I want you to think about when you're making your policy decisions. Is one of the first questions you can ask is, and you can even like put this in your drawer at your dais. But is it a problem to solve, or is it a polarity to leverage? Okay, or a polarity to manage? And that might be one question you might want to ask yourself. Are we dealing with a polarity or an actual problem to solve? So let me throw this one out to you, and you guys can agree or disagree with me on this, but one example of a possible polarity is protecting the environment versus economic development or more housing density. Are those polarities? Or saving trees versus packing in more housing?
Yeah, I really liked that. Are you getting to like being open to comments?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I like this. I mean, he says it's not versus, but.
Oh, yeah,
it-
thank
it-
you, thank you.
It kind of is, but I liked his softening language around it, which was the language of when you overvalue. I mean, it is versus. You've got two things that are in tension. But I liked his language of what happens when you overvalue one versus,
Right.
and what happens when you overvalue the other. I thought that was I'm trying not to say first. I thought that was a helpful way to talk about the things that are in tension with each other. And that's a perfect example, I think, is, trees and environment versus development. I mean, that is, something that is at the forefront of our top two goals. And it, has been with us as a major policy balancing act. And then of course, another one is always, budget versus anything, it's sort of like, those are both, whatever the thing is, it's always super important, and our financial health is always super important. So how do you reconcile, how do you balance those and try to find, what I found was challenging though, is how do you find that interdependence? And I kind of struggled with that. So I'm not open to how do we get there in our discussions. So
I think Councilmember Sharp had some really great comments. I think it's really the neglect versus partnering, and neglect versus how we get there. But if we think about the partnering piece, the Plymouth Housing and our bringing that funding to the Housing Land Trust and our partnership and our intent to save trees, and then install more trees with that beautiful development, which will be 100 new units of housing for seniors, veterans, persons with disabilities. That's a great partnering relationship, and how we get there together and overcome some of the challenges, the hurdles. And I think it's a good example. Would I put environment above housing? It's a balance, because it's intertwined with public health and community health, right? And
Yes.
environmental in social justice, where we have, global climate warming, and we see the impacts within our own community, and what it looks like during the summers and winters. So I think our partnering relationships, how we get there with working with housing, and how we can engage with the developers to embrace our love for trees. We can be innovative with design and approaches and still get to where we need to go.
Other comments, thoughts? Melanie?
Oh, I was just gonna say something, just to build on that. I think that we as a community, when we're looking at, and we've been talking about this for years, I'm really looking forward to the topic that's on the agenda tomorrow that touches on economic development and the environment, and how we can be leaders in our community, synthesizing our message with a long-term vision and creating Kenmore as a center that actually is able to show how intermingled they are and actually serve the public good by creating jobs and work tied to the environment. So we'll be talking about that tomorrow. I think you might see it on the agenda, but I feel like that's we actually have the chance to take things that may feel like verses and bring them together in a really powerful way.
Yeah, and thank you for pointing.
Yeah.
It's yes, and how do you balance these polarities so you have the best of both and not the worst of both? Yeah, so getting rid of that term versus, which I fell into after reading this and studying it.
Other thoughts, comments?
I don't know if there was I can't recall if there was a specific question you asked now, so I'm just gonna share.
Open flow.
But, yeah, no, I love what Melanie brought up. I think that's what the author talks about, is trying to maximize the best of both worlds, to move them both forward. And one thing that I was thinking about is like, because I work in higher education, we've talked a lot about how things have changed. Higher education has changed more towards like a means to an end, and the downsides of that for people going into higher ed, right? And now it's all focused on like, what's the job you're going to get? What's the return on the investment? What is the outcome? And really like how money is really just a means to an end. It really has no value other than to do the things that you want to do or to give you the security or whatever. And so I feel like, with the example that Rob brought up, like affordable housing or the environment, like I think if we're only looking at one of them and just the end goal, then we lose sight of that polarity and the benefit of considering, I think, an example of what Melanie gave, like considering how can we bring them both towards a better place with a better outcome.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it's important to realize that when you're presented sometimes with these polarities or competing ideas, that sometimes there's a false dichotomy there. Sometimes it is an A versus B, or as black and white as it's presented, and it's important to dig into that, really see, is there actually a tension there, or is it just a rhetorical device being used by somebody to fight something else or something else? But
And I think that's really manifest often in what I call these false conflicts you find that coming, honestly, or at least being manifested through the social media platforms. I look at a lot of that stuff, you drop down below it, going, this is a false conflict. What the heck is that? Joe?
So I think at a city council, one way to work through the polarities, of course, is our common device of a compromise.
Which is being hunted and shot down. That's a national level. I was like, what? It's like, okay, good point. Other comments?
Sorry.
Yep.
Sometimes for me, I'll just speak for myself, if I think sometimes outside of it, like beyond the limits of Kenmore too, I can sometimes get to that point where I can see the interdependence better. And but I know we're serving just Kenmore, but I don't know, I just wanted to share that. I guess, I mean, it came to the fore when I was thinking about, development and trees and, environment and housing and, we are part of a larger region, so it's like, how does our piece of that polarity fit into emerging polarity, that's occurring around us. I don't know if that makes any sense. I just felt the need to share that. So,
Angela?
Well, sometimes when I hear the word compromise, like I think we use it a lot to, I guess I've seen a lot of examples where both things get less than. Does that make sense? Like both things become less than the ideal versus raising it up to a level of both. And I think one thing that came to mind as you were talking, Deborah, is not only are we part of a region, which I think is important to think about, but I think it's also important to think about that we are just one time period. We are one slice of an ongoing time frame. So like that brought to mind that, like, in a lot of indigenous cultures, they think of 7 generations, like thinking about what you're doing in terms of its impact 7 generations down. And I kind of feel like if you think about trees that way, even though I know more mature trees are important, like we can also be planting trees for 7 generations down. But
that's really 3.0.
Joe?
Yeah, and also the way we've been thinking of the environment, as we're a small part of a much larger region and a much larger world, as our climate action plan is focused on. And, we can also be focusing on how we're directly saving our trees to be part of that larger world, preserving that biodiversity, which is biodiverse to the Pacific Northwest, specifically in our little teeny corner of Kenmore, preserving what we have left so that we have like I was going off about the Taxol and all that it benefits humans to have biodiversity. We can step up in a very small way, even if we preserve a little bit of our environment in Kenmore. And also another polarity might be increased density and public safety. How do you deal with those challenges that come up?
Right. Other comments?
Yeah, I mean, just to wrap this up, well, I want to say 2 things, but while I'm saying one thing, if you could turn to this article with the 2 dogs on it. So it's the second polarity article. So while you're doing that, I think this, like having this vocabulary and recognizing polarities when they're happening can help you in your public discourse. So, for example, was it last fall, the missing middle conversation, that devolved into good versus evil, right?
Yeah.
And
I don't agree with that now.
okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay, but you don't agree, but let's go ahead.
I don't think it was good versus evil. I think everybody brought their valued, measured.
Okay, well, let's let him explain
Commitment
himself and then you go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see it on the council. I didn't see you guys devolving into that, but I saw the public devolving into it. I mean, at one point, so what often happens when it goes into a good versus evil concept instead of a polarity management concept is then intentions and motivations start getting questioned. I mean, at one point, you guys got accused of being a Stalinist regime. You were gonna, and then threats came that you were gonna be ostracized in the community. That devolved in my mind. That was okay. Now we've gone into good versus evil, and how about managing 2 competing good things? And I think maybe on my part, maybe I was emphasizing the missing middle too much and throwing the polarity out of balance. My point is when you can recognize a polarity when it's happening, you can go, okay, we don't have to go to good versus evil. We can talk about balancing 2 goods.
Yeah. Joe? You good? Okay. I'll look up, Deborah, and then Fred.
And I mean, something that we've talked about and talked about in here, it is that point of interdependence. So it's even because I'm cool with balance. I'm all about balance. I always talk about balance, but I think the harder even than that is that interdependence. How do you, and we talked about that, and you did too, Melanie, that point at which you're actually maximizing both. You're not just balancing. And that's I think
that's
magical if you
The
get there.
third level
Yeah.
of managing a paradox. I was
Yeah.
sharing with Rob, I wrote an article on the paradox of civility, which came to me primarily working in the city of Seattle in public safety area, where we measure our civility by increasingly distancing ourselves from the need to use and the implements of coercion.
Mm.
And I have a story I can tell at the break, working with the city council folks who were looking at public safety issues around police accountability. When their meeting was taken hostage by people coming from the outside, the tone of that meeting up until that moment was not good versus evil, but it was not a positive conversation about the police. When that meeting got taken over by a half a dozen folks and completely disrupted, the first request out of the council member's mouth was call the police. My point being that interdependence, your civility is actually somewhat, right, we're caught in a place where to guarantee it, we have to promise we'll use coercion to save it, even though we measure our civility by not having to be coercive. And I think that the way out of that is saying, okay, how do we optimize? What are we, how can we get to where we want to go and pull the attributes of both sides of thinking? It's tough to do in a polarized political environment. It's really hard to do.
Yeah. And when you're trying to build a thriving community, there are so many things that are interdependent, right? Like, yeah, to have a thriving community, we've got to have a great environment with trees and critters being protected. We also have to have good housing choices. We need public safety and all those things go into this thriving community. So, all right, let me take you to the puppies, little doggies there. So you see that article there. The point of this article, what I thought was really cool was what they talked about is the polarity map. And he gives you this example where he takes an organization through consistency versus flexity. I did it again. I said versus. Consistency and flexibility polarity map. And for the sake of time, I won't walk you through this, but this might be a tool that we want to use. Like if we truly recognize a polarity, we can talk about the pluses and the minuses and the interdependency that we talked about there. So that's all I have to say about that article. I thought it was a useful tool that we could try out sometime.
I like the idea of the tool. I also think it can help us with our communication with the community with the use of infographics. And I also think that positive communication can help kind of bridge the divide, whether it's not just amongst us in our meetings or on the council or when we're engaged in the public, but how we carry the space in. And I think we tend to do that always. But I like what Angela was saying about the mindset of a 7 generations thinking. And we have kind of a North Star policy and guidance. But if we marry that and we are deliberate with the strategy of a 7 generation thinking, I would like to talk about that more because that is really mindful and it's a beautiful thing. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Other comments, thoughts?
Is it okay if we go to the next item, which is city manager's internal framework? This puts us a little ahead schedule. Is that okay?
Yeah,
That's great. Yeah, so this is something that my coworkers and I built quite a few years ago. And Karina pointed out this to me, that this is something cool that we have internally, but what about shouting it from the rooftops a little more and letting the public know about it? Because Dow Constantine, our King County executive, he has what he calls True North. That's something that he and his organization have built and they put out there quite a bit. And so Karina was asking me about that, about our True North. And I said, yeah, we don't call it True North, but we have one and we use it quite regularly in our organization, and it creates the foundation from which we build our systems and how we evaluate our employees and build the culture of our organization. And I think any well-run organization needs to answer some crucial questions. First question is, why do we exist in an organization? Another one is, how do we behave, or what are our values? And then another question is, what are we in the business of doing? Like, if we have this service vision or this reason for existence, then what are the things we do to make that happen? And then lastly, what is most important right now, and what we call our thematic goal? So the first one is the first page there in your packet, what we call the service vision, and it answers the question, why do we exist as an organization? And this was really cool. Quite a few years ago now, we created this as an internal group of employees, and the employees, there was the first half of the day, we split employees up into two halves. One was the first half and the other one was the second half. And we asked our employees to come up with a service vision. And the morning employees came up with our propelling Kenmore upward. That was a service vision. And then the afternoon employees said, we create a thriving community where people love where they live. And so what we did is we took the morning session and the afternoon and combined them together to create one service vision. So there you have it. Propelling Kenmore upward, we create a thriving community where all people love where they live. And we added the word all just a few years ago, being more enlightened, me being more awakened to the diversity, equity, and inclusion. We added the word all. So that's something that you hear a lot in our organization, and it brings me great joy when I'm not the only one saying this, when I hear other employees use it in their dialogue. In fact, Development Services has printed it out on a big poster in their office there. So that makes me smile when I walk by that. So that answers the first question, why do we exist as an organization? And then the next couple of pages talk about how do we behave, or what's at the core of our culture. And we divided it into two sets of values. You have your foundational values and your core values. Let me talk about foundational first. So you see foundational there on the right page. Those are also what's known as permission to play values. Permission to play values. Like, these are not necessarily unique to our organization, these foundational values. Valuing safety and integrity and courtesy and proactivity and collaboration. I think any baseline organization needs those foundational values. But you do need to have them as a foundation, and they need to be taught and emphasized. But then you have core values, which are on the left side, and those values more uniquely describe our organization. They may not see those values, or you may not see them as emphasized as much in organizations, but they're more unique to us, and they're also more they're more non-negotiable. That we got to have these values, and we got to have them to succeed and to function and to be engaged and to love our jobs. So let me just read to you a little bit about our connection, these values. So if you want to know the heart and soul of our little organization, like our internal organization, we have Hank to tell you. So this is our customer service handbook. We wrote this back in 2018. And this goes into the heart and soul of our organization. So it has a huge focus on customer service, but as a foundation, as a precursor to all that, we go into why do we exist as an organization? What are our core values? What do we need to do to succeed? That's all in here. And right now we're in the midst of updating this because it hasn't been updated since 2018. We've got a team of people working on it. But yeah, so if you ever want a copy of this, I'm happy to give you one. But let me just read a little bit about our first value, which is connection. And as you can see, we put these core values into a reinforcing cycle, okay? And so on connection, this is what we have to say about that. Creating connection is at the heart of what we do. Connection goes beyond transactional interactions. Connection means that we and our residents have an emotional bond with our city. We create this bond by investing in our city with our hearts and our time. Notice I didn't say money. We create this bond by investing in our city with our hearts and our time. The more this connection grows, the more comprehensive and holistic it becomes. We see not only the importance of the bonds we have with each other, but we connect other dots and see the bonds and linkages we have with the flora and the fauna of our natural environment. This sense of connection to our environment and to those around us gives us a broader and deeper perspective about why we do what we do and how we go about doing it. So I'm on the value of connection. This power of connection also drives our motivation to ensure social justice and equity in Kenmore. We learn that there is more that we have in common with each other than we might initially think, and we strive to make sure everyone is seen, heard, and understood more deeply. Not just the loud, frequent voices in our community, but everyone, regardless of background or differences. That means we continually look for creative and new ways to connect with people who may not otherwise have a voice. This core value of connection is made manifest in everything we do, everything, even something like building sidewalks. For example, we don't build sidewalks and bridges just to get people from point A to point B. We put our hearts and passion into creating a sense of place and beauty, which causes people to connect with their city on that emotional level. When they do, they have more of a reason to love where they live. And when they have more of a reason to love where they live, they're more inclined to strengthen that love by investing in Kenmore with their hearts and with their time, which inspires others to do the same, and on and upward it goes. So that's an example of one of our core values, connection. For the sake of time, I'm not going to read the other ones, and I can send this to you. We actually repeat these values in the 5-year strategic plan on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. You're going to see those values in that plan that's coming to you on the 24th of July. So we go from connection, and connection starts at the top, but when we have that connection, then we have the passion for our job. That's the next value. We're passionate about what we do, and we see the connection between what we do and how it helps our residents. Many of us call it passion for public service, but another way of describing it is what we call hearing the music. Hearing the music. And so there's a metaphor about, and you've heard me talk about it at the State of the City maybe a few years ago, but with the metaphor of hearing the music is, have you ever tried to dance without music. It's, anybody want to try? It's kind of a little bit awkward. So the dance steps are what we do on a daily basis, our jobs, our tasks. The music is the reason behind it, what we feel in our hearts about our jobs. And seeing the connection between what we do and the greater purpose. And so that's that hearing the music is something that I talk about with my coworkers is, hey, are you hearing the music? And if not, why? Are you just, when you wake up in the morning, do you look forward to coming to work? Our jobs aren't problem-free or stress-free, but are you making that daily connection between what you do and the bigger purpose of helping create a thriving community where all people love where they live? And then the last one is action. We don't just sit back and hope for the best, right? We take matters into our own hands, especially when it's a top city council priority. So there's two types of cities, maybe more than two types, but you know, there's the type of city that puts good policies and plans in place and then sits back and hopes for the best. And then there's a type of city that puts good plans and policies in place and then takes matters into their own hands to make those things happen. And I would argue that we are the latter, right? And this happened before I came here, right? So you guys wanted to make Bothell Way more safe and accessible and beautiful. And so you made that a priority back in the early 2000s, and look what you've done to Bothell Way. $100 million later, most of it other people's money. You, yeah, grants I'm talking about. You transform Bothell Way. It's still, it's a work in progress, but I mean, it's much safer and aesthetically pleasing and better for the environment than it was before. Another example of taking matters into our own hands was Kenmore Village. The city council back then, back in 03 and 05, bought up 10 acres of land. Effectively, the city became the master developer and created a new downtown for Kenmore. It took a long time. But if it weren't for the city doing that, I would wager that Kenmore Village would be very similar to what it was back then. But instead, you've gotten, because you took matters into your own hands, you got close to $300 million of new private sector investment within a block of City Hall. Of course, affordable housing. You said affordable housing was a priority. And so rather than just putting policies in place, which are good and important, you've taken matters into your own hands. You've bought up property. You're effectively an affordable housing developer because you see the importance of it, because you don't want to sit back and just hope that it happens. And then of course the environment. We're not just putting policies and plans in place, we're actually making things happen. I can go on and on, but a part of this action value is being scrappy, like making good use of the resources that you have and getting, and kind of like over punching your weight, or I didn't get that.
Punching above your weight.
Punching above your weight, yeah. Yeah. And I don't refer to this anymore, but I used to compare us to the movie Moneyball with Brad Pitt. You guys seen that movie?
Yeah.
And then, so with the underdogs, the Oakland A's, and you know, they were underfunded and under staffed and all that. But by being scrappy and resourceful, they had an amazing season, and they outperformed you know, the New York Yankees and those types of groups that season because of their scrappiness and resourcefulness. And we're not Kirkland or Bellevue or Redmond. You know, they have vast amount of more resources than we do, but our scrappiness, you know, we can kind of compete in our own way, right? So that's kind of the value of action. So those are the three core values, and we talked about that. Just the last thing I want to say is we build all this into our systems. So for example, if you look at our performance evaluation form, it has these values and foundational values and the service vision on there. And the performance evaluation is about how you are bringing those forward. And then another example of that is having this handbook. And we didn't create this handbook and then just have it gather dust on the shelf. We keep this alive. We have a customer service committee. And they're constantly doing training and reminders on this book, and we're updating it and keeping it relevant in our organization. One last thing I want to mention is if you turn to the we are in the business of. So again, this answers another fundamental question. What do we do? What do we do? And again, these are things that our coworkers came up with. We are in the business of building a sense of community and a sense of place. We're in the business of saving lives, reducing human suffering, being stewards of the public resources, facilitating democracy, protecting the environment, beautifying our city, planning for a better future, helping local businesses succeed, and asking, where's the fun? So, you know, who would want to work for an organization that does just one of these things? And we do them all. How cool is that? It's amazing. Such a cool privilege to work for an organization that does all these things. And this list isn't even comprehensive. There's other stuff I'm sure you could think of that you could add to this list. The key point of this list is it's outcomes focused, right? So for example, you're not going to see, we're in the business of writing traffic tickets. You don't see that here. Or we're in the business of processing permits. Yes, we process permits, but that doesn't fit on this page because this is an outcomes focused page. So anyway, Karina, thank you for reminding me about this and not keeping it a secret.
Well, I just want to say thank you. One of the things I had, of course, brought to you was that there's a lot of language and how can we share that with our public and our community and our partners and stakeholders that come to Kenmore in a way that it's tangible, quick and easy and friendly. And so I really appreciate this user-friendly model.
Yeah, that's Lauren's work, by the way. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Lauren.
Yeah.
We have to praise her when she comes. So, well, thank you.
Any other comments or thoughts on this? Joe?
Got to say, for promoting democracy, and I have to at least get this off my chest, I think that the majority of the comments at our most vigorous meeting on that missing middle topic were constructive, at least from the public.
Other comments?
Just to tag on what Joe said, we had a lot of public comment, right? We had people who supported, who were afraid to come in person, and they were happy to see housing options for Kenmore. We also had a lot of community who were just stunned in the fear space of what does this mean for us? It sounds really big. At the same time, they're getting constant news and radio feedback. And as we all know, the conversation in Olympia was all over the place. And the amount of confusion that caused in our own community and the fear, it was tangible, even to the point of, an individual conducting a crime, right? So I think there's a lot of value in what our community was saying. We still, like in the upper area, they still don't understand what the map means to them. They still don't understand what Olympia's past language means to them. So it's almost like we need an infographic, like an infographic tool, just to something so simple to show people where we're at and what's happening now, what is being considered, and what does this mean in Kenmore? And maybe even a heat map, but what does that mean in this area? Or this area, and what does it not mean? You know, I think it would be healthier engagement. It's valuing all of our community and letting know that we heard them. We appreciate them, but obviously we're not gonna harm our community or our environment. So progress is one step forward, one step back.
Yeah, and a little different reflection. I just want to appreciate this in the manual, which I haven't seen it in detail, but I mean, this creates a virtuous cycle. And,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, all of us have been in many jobs and, you know, where this is not there. And this, and, you know, if we're lucky, one or two where it is. And, you know, this is incredible leadership and, you know, we're very lucky and not lucky. We're very fortunate, maybe that's the same word, to have the staff that we have from the top and everybody engaged in this. And I hope we can utilize this in our own work with each other. I mean, we're all part of the same city. We're all employees, but you know, I think we don't necessarily own this ourselves as a council, and I would love it if we did. Because I actually think this last page, what we're in the business of, coupled with the service vision, you know, is the exciting part. You know, what are the outcomes that we're driving for? Yeah, there are top 5 goals, but I mean, this is, you know, this is the kind of language and the kind of way of being that I think gets our community excited as well. It's all about the positive. It's not about pulling each other down. It's not about, you know, what we don't like. It's about where we're going together, council with our community and with our staff. And I just think that's tremendously exciting. I think, you know, there are times that we get there. Waterways and Walkways is a perfect example of that, you know, from start to finish. And, you know, we can do those things. We can do these things. We can do our goals. It's, you know, I just think it's very exciting. And I just want to appreciate what goes into what you've done here. It's rare.
Any other comments or thoughts?
Yeah, just a couple examples there, like see the saving lives one. You might automatically think, oh, that's, you know, firefighters and maybe police officers, they save lives. But we actually have a lot of people in my organization that help save lives or prevent the loss of life. A building inspector is one, right? So a building inspector makes sure that header got appropriately fastened to the truss, right? And 50 years from now, talking about multi-generation, 50 years and now you might have a baby sleeping in a crib in that room, and you might get like a wind gust, a really uncharacteristic wind gust that comes and blows that roof off the building, right? And it killed the baby. Why? Because the building inspector didn't check that connection 50 years ago. And that, I mean, that kind of stuff gets me excited. I'm going to be pushing up daisies 50 years from now. But the concept of that saving a baby's life 50 years from now makes me just so thrilled. And then we have another example of saving lives is when you guys made ped bike safety a priority. We were probably averaging like a death a year. You know, we'd have 2 deaths, 0 deaths, 3 deaths, 1 death. And you guys put your money where your mouth was and made it a priority. And there needs to be some wood to knock on, but we haven't had either a death or a serious pet bike injury since 2017. And in government, it's hard to prove prevention, right? You guys know this in your careers. It's hard to prove prevention. It's hard to prove cause and effect. But I think this comes pretty darn close to it. I mean, the fact that we've had 0 serious injuries or deaths in the last 5 years. I really want to knock on some wood right now. Because you can't prevent everything, right? You can't prevent the dump truck from driving off, hit on the sidewalk and wiping out 7 people like they did back in the early 2000s. That happened in Kenmore. So you can't prevent everything, but I think you guys have made a difference. Yeah.
Something else?
The one thing that you saw on your agenda was something about internal and external customer service. Because we're almost at noon, I won't go into it in detail, but the basic concept there is there's internal customer service and external customer service. Another term we use for internal customer service is employee engagement. That's another phrase we use. But you can't have excellence in external customer service until you get the first one right, the internal customer service, the employee engagement. It's not until people are feeling the fire and the passion of why they're working here and what their contribution is to the organization before you can have that external customer service. It's called the chain reaction of excellence, and it's authored by a guy named Jeff Kober. And we refer to that quite a bit in the customer service handbook as well. So.
All right. Thank you so much. This has been really interesting and engaging. Appreciate all of you participating. We are on lunch break.
That you try.
We ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we're back, after housekeeping. I want to check in on the 1 o'clock agenda item, which I think we probably got close to finishing prior to. We did, but I wanted to check. Are you finished? Okay. So then we are at the 2:15 item known as context, which really has to look at trends, economic and otherwise, I guess. Who is doing that readout? All right, Bob.
Yeah, this is a big picture visioning type retreat. And so I think it's important for you guys to have conversations with each other about bigger picture context, things that are going on that are gonna affect us directly or indirectly. On the retreat, you have economic trends and then other trends, and you have locally, regionally, nationally, globally. Another way to frame it is in different types of categories like technology, the environment, social, education, economic, if that helps spur your thinking, that's a different way to think about it. So I was just thinking that somebody could be the scribe and kind of write those stuff down. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, I'll look this way then. So are you asking folks to just volunteer their thoughts on this? Oh, okay.
Yeah, what are things that are happening out there that we need to watch out for that might be affecting us? Yeah.
Journey of the Boomers. Okay.
It's called a silver tsunami, Joe.
There you go, that's better, yes, that's better, yes, silver, yes.
So we'll get these up. Should we talk about them a little bit as we go though?
Sure.
Yeah. So what do you see there? What do you see happening?
Gonna affect housing, I think there'll be a surplus, gonna affect income levels, gonna affect healthcare. What else?
It's already affecting employment. We
Employment,
have a
yeah.
whole bunch of openings, right?
Yeah.
What else do you see in that area?
Competing against, first-time home buyers. Our boomers are starting to downsize, and they're also in the first-time home buyer smaller market. So the contention is pushing up the market due to not enough housing options, housing choices.
So on that topic, when I look at that aging group, I see them not living in the houses they're currently living in now and moving to another scenario, a variety of other scenarios, which raises the question about the value of current housing stock, which has been obviously on an upward trajectory for some period of time. But if you follow the thought process, that might not actually continue.
We're already seeing that decline across the state. There's a slow decline, right?
So arguably that slow decline, some would say is a reflection of tightening of money policy. That's the current thinking. But there could be an underlying diminishment of demand, which is the same thing we saw with employment when COVID hit. We thought it was COVID, but actually that declining workforce was already in play.
We're also seeing the impact of healthcare workers that provide senior care and also senior housing, medical support, post like hospital care. There's just a big lack of market there. And so that's also a opportunity in Kenmore for a job market and for a business market that's not yet being fulfilled.
Okay. Other thoughts?
I've heard when it comes to the effect on housing, I mean, some people want a house in place, right? Like they want to change their homes to be able to accommodate their lifestyle into old age. But then also the desire to find like ramblers, things with no stairs, that are safer. I think there's an opportunity here also that I've heard about, which is that as as the workforce is aging, and especially like entrepreneurs who are looking to get out of like their own businesses, there's an opportunity to transfer that knowledge and sell to younger generations. And there may be also more people interested in volunteering. Like, I'm just looking at the opposite, you know, opportunities this might bring.
Okay.
How would you put that on paper?
Well, it's kind of like the earlier conversation about the tug and pull between relationships. So with one declining, something else is occurring. Are you pointing specifically at the
Increased
ability for
volunteering.
knowledge transfer?
Yeah, and knowledge, possibility for knowledge transfer.
Okay.
Mhm.
Entrepreneurial mentorship,
Yeah,
yeah, that's a really good.
I don't see the decrease in healthcare workers. How does that fit into the boomers?
Increase demand as they retire, especially on the retirement.
So, you know,
Yeah.
working with our partners and stakeholder agencies like the universities and the technical colleges, we can place emphasis on the need for our community, and that also helps them and getting those funding for boosting those programs to churn out those future workers in the field.
The problem's not that, the problem is pay. And with the pandemic, we found these travelers that come in, demand higher salaries and get them, with the current nursing staff finding that travelers are coming in and getting twice the money they are, and they're upset and they're walking off the job.
Well,
Then we have the millennials who want handouts. They don't want to work. They don't want to do what is expected in the hospital environment. And they're just saying no and walking off. So there's some big problems, but I don't know if it's related to the boomers.
Yeah, I mean, there's larger, I mean, there's, it's another category is just sort of worker
Yeah.
shortages across health and human services and other categories as
I
well.
think your systems that
Yeah, later.
exist based on a big demographic like the boomers, I think when you listen to these become data points, for what I see is system transitions or big system changes. So how does a system that's built up that has all these positions based on the expectation that all these boomers are going to consume whatever it is they're providing, that consumption group goes away or changes. Now you've got this big system going, now what do I do? You know, and so you're dropping
Right.
job or what have you. So it's just like these titanic plates are beginning to like shift, I think.
One of the things that I have noticed over the last 15, 20 years is so many of the boomers didn't plan for retirement. They don't have the retirement funds that they hoped they would have because they never saved them. So they're living on Social Security. But that's becoming a larger part of our homeless population because rents are going up and they can't afford it. And the fact that Section 8 housing and the stipends, they're disappearing. So it's just getting harder and harder for the older generation. Take a look at Social Security, which we all know is going away. But for the last number of years, what have we gotten? $50 a year increase? Boy, that sure goes far. It's just, there's so many contributing factors there. People are talking $15 an hour. I wish seniors made $15 an hour. I mean, there's too many disparities and they need to start being addressed. So we'll see what happens.
Any more on the boomer trend? Okay. What else do we see trend wise?
With childcare, so where we have the deep need for before and after school care, there's also just not enough childcare available. We see it not just in our community, but beyond. Also, the shifting job market has more shift workers and evening workers. We don't have anything remotely on the north and east side that provides evening childcare services. It's a high demand need for our frontline workers, let alone, those single parent families who have to flex with the market.
On that topic of a question for the group, I generally don't know, but where are we on birth rates? Are we starting to? We're declining. We are declining.
Yeah,
In
big,
the US, I thought we're still.
Well, in Washington, I think, and that's why you're seeing like schools consolidating now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, so that's a big shift. Okay. Interesting.
And our birthography data is best collected with North Shore, because they do that data as publicly, shareable information. But they had projected, quite steep increases, and that's what they noticed and what they've been sharing with us for the last several years. Of course, there were baby booms during COVID as well. So there's a little bit of an up-down market impacting schools, as well as the funding. And we're seeing our schools cut programs, and a lot is on the table. So,
Yeah, I think, sorry.
Go ahead.
Was there, I don't know if it's a trend, but a couple things come to mind. One is, it seems like there is increasing awareness of climate change impacts, probably because those impacts are
You can't ignore it.
so obvious,
Right,
yeah.
right.
So there's that. On an entirely separate note, it gets back more to the economics and kind of government economics. There was a lot of money that was pumped into our system during COVID. And of course, we've experienced that in our local city, but it's at all levels of government. And that will go away, is in the process of going away, depending on what fund source you're talking about. So, I mean, that's just a context piece. Again, it's not really a trend, but it's a thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, so what can I dovetail on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so, unlike Kenmore, I do know of cities that are using ARPA money to fill their operating budget, like help pay their bills. And they tend to be like residential cities like us that rely on property tax. And so they're using it to keep their lines from crossing, but it's one-time money.
Yeah.
Right? So what's gonna happen when they run out of ARPA money?
I'm gonna tie in on the climate and one other thing, and they're both, it's also related to language. So a trend that I see is the use of divisive language has reached a place in our society that's completely unhealthy. And we, as we're working with our community, need to use not political language, but language that's directly descriptive of the work that we're doing. So that it's uniting. So tying into that, I think it's really a trend. Actually, it turns out it is. I didn't know this until I started talking to people, because I just thought we have to move this direction in my head. We need to, it's important to use language that unifies around what we're trying to do when we're talking about climate change. And I think it's really important for us to use environmental stewardship, conservation, and restoration language, so that people in our community don't feel like we're doing this just for a party line or a political thing. Because what I know is, regardless of a person's party affiliation, we all care about the environment. And so choosing unifying language and choosing projects along the lines of climate action and environmental stewardship, using language and projects that our community can see, feel, touch, and know is tangible, is, I think, really important. So really being mindful of the language that we use as we communicate out the work that we're doing.
Great point. Right.
Kind of going off a little bit more on the climate side of things, I think it's not just awareness of the impacts, but it's also the impacts. It's something that we need to be thinking a little bit more about around, especially like when we get to the extreme heat situation like we had a couple years ago. Those are going to be more and more common. And as we all know, the Pacific Northwest was not built to deal with that level of heat, and most of our homes aren't built to deal with that level of heat. And that's something that's, I think, long-term, we're gonna have to grapple with, while still balancing that with our climate action plan and decreasing our overall greenhouse gas output.
So in that topic on climate, I think there's a growing sense that I see this is a mega trend of hopelessness. That at some point, it's so much bigger than us, there's nothing I could do. And so part of that language, I wonder, should include participation, some way to participate. Because right now, it's the magnitude of this change is bigger. When you look at the area, for example, of this country now, we've experienced it, but now that population, and I worry about it being, it's inevitable. And inevitability leads to a here and now callousness that's scary to me. Just,
Well, I think in Kenmore, I mean, we have the climate action plan. I mean, it's very, those very specific actions that we're planning to take. Wanting to take. I mean, I think that's one of the things about that that hopefully begins to address that, because I think part of the hopelessness comes from like, there's nothing I can do.
Exactly.
It's this huge overwhelming thing, and
well, I think right next
but
to
there are
that,
things that people can do, and we have in the plan, very clear what those.
but I think right next to that is, well, what's the city gonna do? Who's the leaders? What are they gonna do to keep these fires from causing? And I don't know, and maybe you guys are different, you're obviously different. But then there needs to be an answer to that question. What is it I can do like tomorrow that would be, Karina, and then.
So I love that we're talking about environment, and we're working on a topic related to children on this board. If you look at what has happened in the last 25 years with education, our student youth, now adults, and even up and coming, they're taught that it starts with each and every one of us. From the public health model, it works and it's effective because children are going back home to their families and they're sharing it, and we're practicing those in our home usually, either through nudges that we have received between the paperwork for kid mail and how we're engaging. So many of our schools have environmental clubs that students have naturally participated in through their elementary experience. They chose to participate in junior high, middle school, and high school. So looking at the last 25 years, we now have these people in our voting space we need to be mindful of who care about our environment. And they understand better than past experiences with the topic of global warming, environmental climate action. What does that mean to baby boomers, right? They're starting to feel that in their heat going up. Our baby boomers are taking care of the children, for the families who can't get their kids into childcare. So grandma and grandpa might be taking care of the kids, right? That happens with our neighbors as well. But what happens in our spaces? Whether it's home, education places, childcare centers, programs to work with both residential partners and business partners. And there are programs such as Environmental Stars through the King County Public Health, they're already set up and ready to go. So we can bring our community with us. We can bring our businesses with us through the business model and our community engagement through the community residential models. We're just not plugging into the program. I mean, we're already paying the tax dollars for it. It's already there. I think it's just something we can do. And heat center, so we don't have, while we have natural environmental shelters during extreme weather temperatures. And this also impacts children and seniors differently, right? If you are a have part of our community versus a have not, you probably have more comfortable living situation. If you're part of our have not community, you probably don't have air conditioning in your home. You probably are in a home situation where it's hard to pay that power bill. Does the family put food on the table or pay the power bill? You need power to be able to cook the food. There are families who struggle with this and medication. But our weather shelters are the library, and that's up to a certain hour point. And sometimes we open City Hall to it, but we could collaborate better with some of our nonprofit partner entities for overnight shelters for extreme heat, for extreme cold.
Melanie and Deborah.
Just trying to dial in where I want to start from there. Well, number one, I think we have to see we have a responsibility to create opportunity for members of our community to feel a sense of power when it comes to the environment. We are already actually doing things in that area that I think are really good, and I think we should expand a larger program towards, such as the Swamp Creek Restoration Project. A community organization wants to do something, they know they can say, we want to do this, and the city's providing the mulch and the tools and the equipment to get the jobs done so that community members can feel empowered. And I think we can really build on this. Actually, I think it's incredibly important to fuel empowerment. We live in a world where we're so many of us are locked in our phones or in our computers or in isolation, especially after COVID, where how is it that we're going to be connecting? And what's happening through that isolation is a focused path towards news and information that can feed futility. But we can't, we must be feeding empowerment. The importance of our community members, the importance of who they vote for, where their tax dollars go. Are we providing them opportunity to feel their power and importance beyond what we kind of see today? I think it's incredibly important that we focus, you know, every time we bring on the language of loss of hope, I don't even like saying it. Because as leaders, it's really important for us, we can say, of course, I understand where you're coming from. And it's up to us, our language, and it's a lot in our, you know, what we're in the business of, you know, the City of Kenmore foundational values, core values, and, you know, our service vision, right? It's up to us to create a thriving community and to be models that other communities can also build on. So I really do think that it's incredibly important that we create a way for our community to feel empowered, and where Karina's talking opens the door with other organizations. Like our schools, that we make sure that the students and the volunteer organizations know that we are here to get the job done and we have the resources to help get it done. And we actually, I would love to see us have a direct program, something very crystal clear about how we're doing that. And it does mean, like, what, ramp up this many people to do this much work in our community? How can we do that? I think about, you know, they're back in the Peace Corps, or there are all sorts of programs that fire us up as people
And they can start in a town like Kenmore or a city like Kenmore, where you say, guess what? We're serving our community, we're serving our planet that needs our help. And we're opening the door for you. You don't need any skills. Show up, we'll give you a shovel. You know, show up, we'll have the tools for you to pull these blackberries or whatever it is that needs to be done. That's the easiest, most tangible example in my mind, but I think we can actually create space fairly inexpensively to help charge our community and feel that power. Because as more and more of us feel that, we all start seeing the light and the power that we have within us. And it's each of us. So I just really think it's our language and mindset about what we can do needs to be the focus. There are always going to be obstacles. We've been told, no, 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 or you can't, it's too expensive. Well, guess what? This planet's here right now, and it needs our help. It's too expensive not to help it. So we need to show the pathway to what we can do and remove those artificial barriers to getting the work that we really need done. And that work that feels good to the people performing it, because they know it's for a greater good, something greater than the dollar, greater than, I don't know, that's bigger.
Deborah, then Rob?
Yeah, 100%, I agree. And I think we're a city that has demonstrated that we do empower our residents, and we have co-creators, and we have a whole model wrapped around that. And I would have agreed with your statement a couple of years ago, but I actually really don't feel that way at this point. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of effort at all levels, you know, cities like us with climate action work, regions, and of course, our state has been a leader. And finally, our national leadership is there, you know, and, you know, with that, a tremendous amount of resources being brought to bear. And I think it's both and that's in our climate action work. It's both acting to prevent and also acting to mitigate the impact. So it's both. I mean, there's a certain level that we have to mitigate because flooding is already happening and high heat is already happening. So we have to address those. But we also can act to reduce the threats. I hate bringing up negative trends, but I have to mention, I mean, they're in the air. They're, you know, they're on the media. Homelessness, a couple of us are pretty involved in that. And it's, you know, regionally, it's a big deal. And again, I hate to bring up negative, but fentanyl, which is, I mean, I've been in, you know, the behavioral health world most of my career, you know, more than 20 years. And certainly, you know, my generation of folks and even 10 years before have never seen anything resembling this. It is a very, very powerful drug in a way that others have not been. And so anyway, that's out there.
Yeah, just on the lines of the environment, we hear about climate change all the time, but another one that I'm learning is just as scary is loss of biodiversity. And it's the primary cause of loss of biodiversity is not climate change. It's like the third cause. But it's, you know, human encroachment and human caused reasons. We talked about this a few months ago, but scientists are comparing it to a Jenga puzzle. You ever played Jenga? Where you have the tower and pull out a piece, did it fall down, pull out a piece.
Yeah.
And they're wondering when is the collapsing piece going to be removed? So it's pretty scary, but you have talked about the need to be messaging strongly both when it comes to your environmental priorities, not just climate change, but environmental stewardship and doing what we can to support biodiversity. And 2 or 3 of you were at a rewilding workshop at the EERC a week or 2 ago. That was fascinating. To me, rewilding is just a cool new term for habitat restoration, but that includes the entire food chain all the way up to the carnivores. And they talk about rewilding within cities. So anyway, I think biodiversity is also something to have at the top of our list, along with climate change.
Excellent.
If we dive a little bit deeper into what's happening with the population, like I know Washington State overall, the birth rate is declining, but King County is seeing growth, right? Like specifically in our region. And that growth is happening in different ways. So not just all uniform, like the diversity is growing dramatically in our population. The Hispanic population is actually one of the fastest growing populations in our region. And then also, in addition to the boomers growing rapidly, there's also a lot of growth in like 25 to 35 and 45 to 50. So like this working age. So I think we have to consider all those things as we're planning housing, types of housing, and sense of place and opportunities for these people. But the other thing that I wanted to address is like your question earlier, Michael, about like people's feeling of helplessness. I actually find that a lot of millennials, I don't think they want a handout. They are not okay with the status quo. And I think that's perfectly fine. I think they're looking at the way that we're doing things or that things have been before them, and they're saying, that's not going to work for me. And that's actually great, I think, for all of us. So I think there's a lot of lessons we can learn from that. And I think when it comes to like setting the stage for this climate work stewardship that we're doing, I love what Melanie was saying, like we're modeling that and we are giving them a hand up, not a handout. Like we did do a lot of this damage ourselves, right? We have to set the stage. We have to turn things around for our future generations.
Joe, and then Roland.
Economy, and then tech boom and bust, question mark. That's what gave us $1 million homes with Gates and Bezos.
As trends or questions?
Trends, questions.
Can you say more about the tech boom bust? What are you seeing?
We certainly had a tech boom that increased the price of our houses. That's where we got the $1 million houses, from the tech boom.
Yeah.
And then I've heard now there are layoffs. And are we going to see a layoff, and are there going to be impacts from that as the economy going to cool down here? Are people going to eventually start heading away?
Question. Melanie.
I'm gonna tag on you. So on economy, jobs, things that influence us. Office space isn't really needed anymore in the way it used to be, right? How many tech jobs do we need? We've got AI, okay, AI, we just throw that one up there too. Okay, that's big, it's a major influence. But what kind of jobs do we need? And we've known it for a long time. They've talked about it, I think, most of my life, adult life, especially since about 2000, service jobs. What are we going to do as leaders to create high quality service jobs that people, hey, we know that there's a homelessness problem. Part of that is not enough jobs. There's something going wrong. There's a disconnect between jobs of meaning and purpose that people want to perform, and it's more than the dollar. How can we be a part of creating high quality service jobs, including, yes, restaurant, catering, service, any form of service industry job, but I also do think that we can see service job, public service, or service to the environment, but high quality service jobs are incredibly important. And how can we potentially be an engine for that in our region? Because guess what? We don't have an industry here in Kenmore that, well, other than Kenmore Nursing Home reminding me, which I love. And we have a couple of industries that have been long-term, but where is there a gap that we can fill as a city for career paths for not only here, but our region, which ultimately can feed our tax base, right? So what does that look like? And then I think a huge trend, at least this is something that I'm observing, I don't think I'm alone. Trust, lack of trust in government, lack of trust in media, lack of trust in everywhere. What are we going to do to bring trust into our council, into our community, so that our community knows that we have their back, even when we're not, we don't agree on everything, but we need our community to trust us, and we have to model that in order, it's an earned trust. But the importance of trust, language, action, demonstrated that, actions that demonstrate that we're upholding our values, that trust in the landscape that we're living in with all of the propaganda and divide, trust is what is required to unify and connect us. So I think it's incredibly important that we recognize that something that's not hurting our nation, that starts at, that there's a huge system that's built this, that's way beyond where we are. And we are here, and we've heard from our community areas where there are gaps in trust. And what can we do to build that?
Stephanie, in the room.
Yeah, I had artificial intelligence as one of mine and trust in government, which I love. I was last week at the Air Association of Washington Cities, and they had a guy from the University of Washington, and he was showing these images and saying, which of these is a true image and which of these is a false image? And it was impossible to tell. One of them was doctored. And so what that says, to our communities and people, especially, people who rely on social media or like their phones for their news, and how do you discern what's fact and what's not? And how do you make sense of that in terms of your local government? I think is a huge issue. I also was talking to a city manager in Eastern Washington City who's using AI, who said, we're going to get ahead of it, embrace it, instead of waiting for AI to catch up with us, and maybe in the, non-factual way, let's use AI to our advantage. And they actually were experimenting with producing a resolution using AI as kind of a first draft. And exactly. And I had part of me was horrified, and part of me was mesmerized. I wasn't sure what to think because it's coming no matter what we do. So I do think it behooves us to be ahead of it and thinking about that and preparing as a city.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to use AI to write resolutions and ordinances up.
Yeah. Right.
So my son is in tech, or two of my sons, and one's an electrical engineer. And just the other day, he asked ChatGPT to write a line of code, and it did, and he said it was flawless. And he's used it. So he had ChatGPT, and I said, well, are you worried that you're going to be pushed out of a job? They're going to need less software developers? They said, yeah, that's actually a concern. And I asked my other son, who's a software developer, he's like, yeah, we could see less need for the software developers who are typing out the code. That could be taken over in part by ChatGPT. PT. Okay, so not toilet paper.
Okay. Melanie, then David.
On the AI, something, I follow a lot of architecture sites, and I've been seeing some pretty fantastic things. Oh, shoot, that's AI, But what if we're able to get ahead? I love the idea of getting ahead of it and using AI in ways of modeling what our city can look like. What are we doing? How for the density, for our transit development along, increasing density in the places that we've heard from our community want to. What does that look like, and how can we make it? Anyway, we can use AI as a visual tool which I think is a place that can be really useful for us to say, this is, you know, this is the floor plan or the map or whatever. These are the zones, but this is what it can look like in 3D in our future.
Yeah, I am taking some classes at Harvard, and I've been warned by my instructors, do not use AI. You know, when you're writing assignments and whatever, it's like, don't let us catch you doing that. They've got ways now of determining whether AI is used. And so I find that really interesting that it has really progressed. I mean, just sit down at an AI thing. I asked to write me a 250 word essay on dragon voting. About 30 seconds later, here it comes back, which looked like a beautifully written piece that I said, we'll put this in your newsletter. So, I mean, it's there.
So I think on that topic, it's important to step back and look at some real mega engines behind these kinds of things, and then ask the question, do we have an option not to use AI? First of all, it's a technology that's linked directly to money. So people are going to make money by making AI more available. So it's more than just being able to say yes or no to it. It's the systems underneath it, and that's nothing new. I mean, that's pushed many of the stuff, the things that you see, and so on. I think the other question, though, is much more intriguing, because it gets to the driving element of of many of the programs we've been talking and you talk about, and that's people. AI is getting ready to replace people. So, Nigel.
I mean, you were kind of getting towards where I was going to go there, Michael. I think, I mean, the thing to remember is AI is not actually AI. It's not actual artificial intelligence. It has taken a large database and it knows to put this word, that this word usually comes after that word under this context. And the way it learned that is by plowing through a bunch of stuff made by people. You take people out of the equation, you lose all of the imagination and any real life progress. You can get stuff that's regurgitated, you know, by these programs, but you're not going to get anything novel or human, you know. You'll get something that's a facsimile and that's based off other people's work, and frankly might be plagiarism, but you're not going to get anything that's human or novel or artistic, you know. And I think that's a real concern, frankly.
Oh, there's huge services there, Anastasia.
Yeah, you know, one thing that maybe we haven't touched on, but it's similar to what Angela was saying, is I think the millennials and the Generation X, that group is, I think, the first group in the United States that's projected to have a lower expectancy rate than the preceding generation. They also have way higher rates of suicide, depression, diabetes, you name it. That in and of itself, layered with the pandemic of loneliness that we're experiencing, NPR just did a really, really sad expose on that, like in their May edition online. That's going to have some significant impacts. And to Nigel's point, remember AI, just like he said, what it's doing is it's crowdsourcing, like that's the brain hive, it's crowdsourcing where we are. And if the people and the engineers are in a state of hostility, in a state of distrust, in a state of divisive language, in a state of disrepair and dysregulation, that's a real risk of what AI could become, because that's essentially what it will reflect and what it will be used for and how it will be commodified, to your point. I mean, maybe that's too meta, but I mean, specifically AI, it's being used to create transactional relationships, especially in the service industry. That's going to, again, exacerbate the suicide risk, the lack of connection with other people. Another consequence is lower regard, lower empathy all around, lower accountability, because you can do things now behind a screen that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. I just, maybe that's just popcorn style, the way my mind is working, but I think they're all connected, you see? Because there's a reason why it was birthed out of this era. And who are the engineers behind it are gonna be impacted by some of these things. And I guess to Kenmore's point, to bring it down low, just like we're talking about the population, which is greatly underserved, which is the elderly population, you have to actually start very early in the strata, childcare, all the way through the teen years, and create supportive services for all of them, especially them. Because they're already in that state of futility, what can I do? You know, the end is near, right? I have these conversations with my siblings all the time, but we need to have facets for those generations, not only to have a sense of purpose, but to also plug them into the sort of the civic model of how they go about doing that as leaders in the municipal government world. Because they're really at a disadvantage.
There's this sort of tension, this polarity that exists between participation, hope, engagement, small c control, versus futility. It's inevitable. There's nothing I can do. The species is dying. I mean, those are the underlying themes of this discussion. That has been, with millennials, if you start looking at evolutionary process in terms of science and what we know about that, we are in it right now. And so, and probably what's at stake is really what distinguishes the human animal from all the other things. That's really where we're at right now. Because at the heart of this is that it is if it's true that the AI is only as good as what we create as people, the question I'd have about that is there going to be a point where AI is now better than that? And it's not, but when you look at where this is going, you kind of see that a little bit.
It's an important discussion, but the beauty of AI is it's always going to be 2 years behind, which is kind of lovely for looking at future forward. You can tell it apart from, something that's a current existing model versus, references from 2 years ago. And that's, the data on that is pretty consistent. Of course, plagiarism, like people are saying, but just moving on from that, where we're thinking about our next generation and those without a lot of means to really enjoy what's in the current community we have here or within a single bus ride. We have to imagine our community of have-nots and how they can access the community, what their resources are. And, I think about the 11, 12-year-old, right? They're probably not going to try too far from home, especially, family rules or whatever. And you want to keep your family safe. But when we think about, where are those great places for kids to gather and enjoy the community? We have the hangar building, we have a library, those are good. Some older teens go off to Bothell or Woodville. We don't really have much in our community that's serving the 10, 11, 12-year-olds to just under 18, 21. And I think about the future of a Boys and Girls Club for Kenmore, or the YMCA is more bougie than a Boys and Girls Club, but a Boys and Girls Club would probably be a better model match to our diverse community. And I look at what's happening with Step It Up. They are starting to bust at the seams. They are needing a different space. We had thought about offering the city hall to them for use for their tutoring and studying. And I know that I had a continued discussion with the leadership there, and they are definitely needing the space, especially during the hot summer months. And they're having greater participation, diverse participation, which is great, which is their pool, right? But beyond that, where are the healthy spaces besides our parks that are more geared towards younger youth? If you look at Kenmore Rhododendron Park, it's a great park, it's a wonderful space, also serves seniors, but does it have a walk run path around it? Is there even an ADA path to the court? No, there's not. And sometimes people get stuck on their way. If we can find a business partner or a nonprofit partner, or maybe a tripod support kind of outlet, we could probably better serve this community, which would better serve families in our community. And also making it additionally increase love for Kenmore and increasing the safe place that we have in Kenmore. Resources like that help keep healthy minds and bodies healthy. And it helps unburden the mental health disparities that we're seeing in those younger years. And for seniors, it gives them a great place to exercise mobily on level pathways, if you're looking just at border pathways around parks, whatnot. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Rob, Angela, and Nigel.
Yeah, I'd just like to rattle off a few trends that I've been thinking about. Some are obvious, but I think it's still worth having in this discussion. One is just electrification, right? That's a big thing that's happening and that we're trying to get ahead of, and or at least stay with. Another one is mental health. So I think the stigma of using mental health is going down. Anybody want to argue?
Yes.
No.
No.
The need for it, and then the shortage of mental health providers is there and real. So mental health and everything that goes there. And then land use regulations. So I feel like, it feels like once a week, I hear about another city that is eliminating parking regulations, minimum parking requirements. Not reducing, like eliminating, like taking them off the books. We're also seeing more states mandate down to cities that single family zoning isn't the only type of zoning, and that, more of the duplexes and ADUs and triplexes. The more states are mandating that, Washington State being the latest. So any other, guys, throw that up, any other land use trends seeing? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if to directly ties on land use, but I think it ties in with how we build out our city, but you're talking about electrification. And I think e-bikes are something that we actually need to start putting some serious thought into how we build out infrastructure for that. Because I suspect that they're going to blow up pretty soon. And we're seeing increasing subsidies coming out from the state and the feds. I think the state right now, I think the feds are talking about also to, make those affordable to almost anybody, and I think we're gonna see more and more people going that route. And I think we need to think about the infrastructure around that.
Hey, can I just tag on to that?
Just tag in and then Phil, but Angela, I know you're in the queue, so these guys are talking about similar stuff.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
So,
They can
you
go.
guys, I just bought an e-bike finally. Yes, yeah, you helped me decide. But anyway, oh my gosh, you guys, it is a game changer.
Yeah.
And it is so much fun. So I live at the top of Juanita, and I can just coast down, I don't even need the motor to get to work. But Juanita is now flat
Yeah,
because I just put it up, set it on number 5, and just going 15 miles an hour, and I'm not even breathing hard. It is a game changer, and it is so much fun. It's like, I've only had that bike for a couple of weeks, and every day I'm like, what excuse can I have to ride my bike?
And I think we'll see more and more older folks getting into it also, like my mom is pushing 70 and she's looking at e-bikes as a way to get around, as an alternative to a second car.
well, they're blowing up. Joe, that point.
Yeah.
Like it's on this.
Glad about the e-bikes. Please take this in good faith because it's totally meant. We also gotta watch public safety on e-bikes. Can you,
Yes.
can you ride the thing and race up and down the sidewalks? Went downtown, Seattle a couple weeks ago, went to the Symphony, great time, but man, I mean, there are people going too quickly up and down on the sidewalks on those things. That's one example. And then I just had a very, off the lack of communication or erosion of face-to-face communication, one thing that we've seen more and more is the tinted windshields of cars. And that occurred to me, something I may have to adjust on. Yeah, my whole world is the assumption of, well, yeah, I'm gonna cross the street, I'm on my bike, I'm gonna look at the person in the
Right.
car, and I'm gonna meet eyes with them and wave to them.
Right.
Those are wildly illegal.
Yeah.
by the way.
The tinted windows?
Instead of windshields.
They're everywhere. And so now it's like, I want to do that. And I'm thinking again, wait a minute, if I'm on the bike, I'm gonna see this black blank wall. I have no communication with that person.
Nigel, that all, those are actually illegal. And that. Great.
Oh, actually, some people touched on some of the things I was gonna bring up as trends, but I wanted to touch on some of the things that Anastasia brought up. I think loneliness, I think that we are hearing that is a trend that's contributing, I think, to the mental health crisis. And then something Joe just brought up in relation to the bicycle, but also that it's like connectedness or relationship building, I think has gone down. And I think it definitely ties in with a lot of the things that we've talked about, the lack of trust. I think dehumanizing language or negative language and all that. But I'm sort of trying to tie in a lot of the topics that we talked about with regards to like AI. I mean, AI is becoming smarter. It learns from us, right? And the systems they're building can become smarter in a very short amount of time. I mean, I just listened to this interview about them training the system to replicate people's voices. And in a matter of like an hour, it almost replicated this person's voice almost entirely. It was crazy. And some of these systems are then being used for scams. And one of the things that I think is a huge risk that we need to be careful of is that cybersecurity and data protection is extremely critical. And especially government and, you know, hospitals and schools are being attacked on the regular. So that's something that we don't physically see all the time, but is something that we need to be conscientious of. So like protecting.
It's like ransom.
Yeah,
thing, yeah.
or like whole cities have just lost access to their websites or their systems or whatever have just gone down.
Well, Kentucky County just had their major health system, I mean, entire health system was taken over for what, 10 days? I mean, they couldn't see patients, didn't see patients. I mean, that's recent. So it's not the future, it's here. Okay. Okay, Karina, David.
So as we're talking about electrification, moving to our e-vehicles and incentivizing them, if we want to get there and also bring our communities under that 50 AMI point, we're going to have to find incentives to get there. And so I think it means partnering on programs that serve our zip code. That would definitely help move the bandwidth a little farther and help us get there with the community. Now, e-bikes and e-scooters are exciting and it's a great opportunity for our community. I think if increasing the option is good, let alone charging stations. There's so many differences there. But what I'm hearing from our, like fire chief is that it's one of the leading causes of home fires right now are e-bikes stored inside houses or garages. Yeah, it's the battery. Suddenly catches fire.
So,
Yeah, well, that's a new element that they're dealing with, and yeah, and let alone the changing out of how we dispose of both the electric car batteries and the e-bike batteries into legislation that is passed at the state level. And I think that we might want to approach that space because there's a stockpile of lithium batteries. It's a public health crisis for our state. And that's
Too many?
too many. There's no proper disposal right now. And as we grow and we're going to this adapted e-charging capability, we also are going to be fostering a growth of the disposal and how things are properly disposed of so that they don't impact our environment negatively. So fire and
Waste.
fire and waste, and home safety. So there are some code changes, I believe, that we're probably going to see soon come from fire. I think we have to be mindful that it's on the horizon. And I definitely think we want to be in the position of having a position on the lithium battery disposal.
Okay.
And recycling, yeah.
David, Melanie, and Steph.
Yeah, speaking of e-bikes, my wife got one and I've got one.
Aw,
So we're moving to e-bikes with you.
All right, let's go for a ride.
There you go. I don't have to worry about pedaling up hills anymore.
Oh.
Oh, you have the throttle.
Or helmet.
You're right.
I know we passed a law saying you don't.
Exactly, wear a helmet, anyway.
Right.
Yeah,
Melanie, Stephanie.
who wants
Rob.
life, so sure, you know.
I don't know if we covered this already. The term is connected cities,
Mhm.
Wi-Fi hubs, charging stations, doing that element plus. And I don't know what to say about it, and I don't know much about it, but the 5G infrastructure and impacts on our community.
Yeah.
That connected, yeah, building it, I mean, we're so connected to our wireless communication devices. Usually you can find a way to get it charged, but there are cities that are putting in infrastructure that make it easier for people to charge at bus stops or hubs throughout the city, as well as, access to Wi-Fi on your phones. Because I actually experienced something with the loss of Wi-Fi by user error when I was traveling with my kid. I'm just gonna tell this story, but when you're not connected, it's devastating. You can't use it. Yes. Anyway, I won't tell it. I'll just say, I had accidentally lost my data and,
So for those moments, you should always carry a little flask of like 110 proof. Or something. It's like, okay,
That's old school.
I'm gonna make it. I'm just gonna drive by with all the signs to the coast. Yeah, it was pretty funny. I made it and then.
Stephanie and then Rob.
So I want to talk about public safety, so changing expectations of policing, in the wake of George Floyd's murder and all the pandemic and everything we've been through in our work with RACER, with the crisis response and co-response, mental health response and tandem police, and what the future looks like is more of that. And the costs are increasing for police, and that's not insignificant in a city of our size with the budget that we have. So just want to bring that up. We haven't mentioned that yet, but I think it's important and really relevant. And then the 24/7 crisis center that will be opening will give individuals in our community a crisis place to go. But that's not the end of the story, right? I mean, it's about healthy outcomes at the end of their experience interacting with the system. So there's a lot to that, I think. Complicated, but important.
Rob and then Melanie.
Yeah, thank you for that. Let's see. So workforce things. So we mentioned changes in the need for office space. So the post-pandemic world, we're seeing teleworking as an expectation of employees and just more work-life flexibility. So that's something we're seeing out there, and I think we're pretty good at accommodating that. I think we're very what I call family friendly, and we are accommodating of working parents and all that that stuff. So and then the other one is the bus system is struggling. So like regular bus routes that we used to be able to rely on, it's canceled. And it's a workforce issue, I think, because of the main driver, because she rides the bus a lot. But
Well, I've heard the same thing in the news though.
yeah,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think the workforce,
partially
they can't
that.
get enough drivers.
Yeah, or mechanics.
Yeah.
but we really want people to try other modes of transportation, and one of those major modes is not as reliable as it used to be. That's a problem.
That's why they're cutting routes right now so that so the rest of them be more reliable.
That's what they're saying.
That's what they're We'll see.
Yeah, new routes going up light rail, can't get drivers.
Okay, Melanie?
Tagging on with public safety, as Stephanie brought up, as we're transitioning to, since, over the past 4 years, since George Floyd in particular, that put a little bit of a fire under our our public safety and justice system for more fair and effective justice, I guess. The piece I want to bring up is there's a time lag, and I think this does also, it's also with other things that are going on in our society, like our approach to homelessness. I'm going to put it in public safety in particular. As we transition from a strictly punitive base, which is very expensive and kind of creates a repeat cycle. What people can see is a disconnect. Well, there are people on the street, or they're smoking crack here, they're whatever it is. I'm just using that as an example. People are visibly suffering in front of me. The problem is that we're not putting people in jail anymore, rather than looking at the long-term benefits of the transition, like a more fair system. It's hard for me to explain this because I wasn't planning on bringing it up, but there's a perception of a lack of benefit to the changes that we're making that may be scientifically based on other cities around the world, right? And our studies at our great universities in this country. And there's a lag between implementation and seeing the improvement as we're making changes to our public safety system. And how do we help shine light on the long-term benefits of making these changes and provide actually the infrastructure at the base that will make these new changes more effective, like all these things about social supports and care and opportunities for people that will fill the gap, but we're not there. And we have a dream, and you want to go up to the star, but we're right down here on Earth, and we need to make our first few steps to start getting there, getting the momentum. And how do we do that? But there's just something going on where I hear people really angry at decisions that have been made, maybe at the state level or local levels, about, people stealing and not getting arrested. That's the story that I hear. Oh, they should, why aren't we arresting these people? Well, we arrest them, they end up stealing again, right? It's not solving the problem, but you still see that the problem's there. So how do we look effective as we're making these changes? That, it's a system. I don't know.
I just want to add, I agree with everything you're saying. And I think community court is a small piece of the solution to that, right? And I'm so grateful that we're, as a city, participating in that and just getting going with it, but having those resources and the opportunity, the more holistic look at what is the root cause of this person's interaction with the criminal justice system. And often it's socioeconomic.
So on that topic, I want to give you a trend question then. And that is, where are we going in terms, because everything I'm hearing and seeing in the criminal justice system, it's post-problem. So it's always, you manifest a problem, what have you, and then we come in and deal with it. And I'm old enough to have lived through Lyndon Johnson's Great Society period, where there was a heavy investment on the front end, trying to say, we're going to educate people, we're going to do a number of things. But But I think one of the trend questions that I don't think is getting answered, and there's some experts in the room that had some information about this, so it's coming as a question, and that is our trend in homelessness? It looks to me like it's more people getting homeless, not less.
Yeah.
Okay.
John, your son.
Yeah, and I haven't followed percentages because I'm busy doing other things these days, but are more people per capita or categorically now involving themselves in mental health and criminogenic behaviors than used to be? Because if that's the case, or not, well, if we're going the other way, but those are macro trends that force you to have conversations about, well, we have these people, what do we do with them? So you're on that end of the discussion, not on the other end of the discussion. And I don't see an appetite for having a discussion about the front end at all. So I don't, from a trend perspective, it just looks like this avalanche of social behavior just growing and coming at you. Now, there's experts in the room on it.
I thought you were gonna go on a slightly different direction, but now I'm compelled. So I first wanna separate some of those things. Homelessness, behavioral health, criminal justice. I mean, these are discrete things and people don't all interact with all of those simultaneously. They're not synonymous. I want to make one comment on what Melanie said, because I really do think there is a true polarity there in how our society looks at on the criminal justice side and behavioral health, actually, punishment, versus not versus punishment and rehab or treatment. And society kind of, gone one direction, overvalued one versus the other in varying ways over decades. And, and there's been kind of a recent rebalancing, particularly in the city of Seattle, on that. And I think there's a very much a very active rebalancing on that is happening right now. And then what was the other thing? Oh, the appetite, been around since Lyndon Johnson. I haven't quite, almost, I'm basically there. But, and yes, I think our local example of that is Best Starts for Kids levy, which is King County, so I know you're in Pittsburgh. But, which really does focus on the upstream, antecedents of a lot of things. I mean, particularly behavioral health and criminogenic behavior. So, prevention is, I think somebody said earlier, hard to see the evidence of, and these are, long-term investments to try to get upstream of some of the issues. But
in some cases, generational.
Yeah, generational. And, the pandemic didn't, as several people have said, didn't help. Anyway, I think I'm done.
I mean, I don't know, a lot of what I'm hearing here, I think actually ties into a larger generational set of decisions that were made coming out of Johnson and leading into Reagan, where we made a systematic disinvestment in the social safety net,
right,
and a very calculated wealth redistribution to the rich from the middle class that has led us to a place where we have lower birth rates because kids are now getting out of college, and instead of having a nice cheap state school they're able to attend for a few $100 a month, are leaving school with $100,000 in debt. And then the housing market is blown up, so they can't find a place to live. So yeah, why would they have a kid? Why would you add a kid to that equation? But these are things that have been in the works for the last 45 years, because we have systemically gotten rid of many of the investments in our social safety net. And these are the outcomes that we're getting from that. Right? We are reaping what we sowed for what the generation before us sowed.
Well, and to tag along on the behavioral health side of that, the Great Society was also going to build out the community mental health system after deinstitutionalization, which of course didn't really happen. I mean, we have a tiny behavioral health system relative to what's needed, particularly in Washington State. And we are either the
Or
lowest
policed or
or
something.
one of the
Yeah.
lowest in beds. I mean, beds are not exactly community mental health. We think of that as more outpatient, but we're still really, really low on beds per capita. So, yeah, we are really lacking in that, and, you know, that has repercussions when people don't get care. So,
Karina?
yeah.
And I'm loving this discussion on public health and public safety. And it just makes me stop to think about where we're at with, you know, SUD, substance use disorder, and where the needs are high demand needs for treatment facility centers and beds, where there are no beds. At least we have the crisis care center finally to serve our north end and east side, which will partly serve part of this community. But that's the drop in the bucket when the need is longer term care to support recovery. And recovery is trial and error. It is an upward, downward cycle until you succeed, and it takes people time. It's biochemistry of the body. You know, people don't want to see substance use in their communities. Our community doesn't want to see that in our communities. We've heard from families who are upset about finding needles in parks, like near Morelands or Log Boom. How do we also keep our communities safe and our responding staff safe in these conditions who respond and cleaning up? Many other cities have gone to putting in sharps containers into bathrooms to serve just the greater need of both people with diabetes and also proper disposal. That helps kind of reduce the amount of what's in the ground of parks and the likelihood of, you know, accident injury. But then we're also hearing about frontline workers and our hard labor workers who are out there getting, you know, impacts with fentanyl, you know, powdered aerosol fentanyl, with overdoses in the field, more of the King County region, but we are on I-22 corridor, which is part of the high drug traffic route through our state. And when you talk with the folks at HIDA and surrounding both the psychology and the health and pathways of what's happening, we have to have family and community engagement. Through the pandemic, we kept saying, well, let's hold off, versus having our chiefs start to engage the public. And I believe there was even an instance of hearing that we wanted to serve a certain part of the population, and that is from a behavioral health and social services point and a public health point, it's missing the beat because it's across every social, economic, racial class. And that's why addressing the community at large with family and community engagement, public health, safety, education opportunities. You know, we can share, you know, like how to properly dispose of medications and our awesome new home pharmacy lock bags and our gun safety blocks programs. And how do you recognize new forms of drugs as they are entering our kids' pathways and homes? What does that look like? That's what families want to know. And that's also what grandparents want to know. How do we keep their grandkids safe, right? And we have a great vibrant community. We're aware of a certain kind of impact. But I think we have to do our part to support education, healthy education, and not just targeting a set population. It's our population at large. We can also network with nonprofit partners and agencies. we can multi-layer it. But we have also heard that our community engagement, our listening sessions were very valuable during the George Floyd response and the community outlash against that. And our community really appreciated us hosting those community listening sessions. We gained a lot. We gained a lot of knowledge about what our community understood and knew about Kenmore, what they needed and what they were not getting served with. And it helped us adapt our programs and strategies to better serve our community and be really responsive. I think that's important. It's been a while since we've done something like that. I think maybe we refresh that and maybe bring on that every couple of years. I don't think it needs to be done every year because we have a great update to our programs and strategies, but I believe there's a place for it. And it's also part of feeding our model of serving our community, listening and being responsive.
Can I just respond to that? I know our chief Munn's not here with us today. He's fantastic. He
Yes.
has such a wonderful resource. I just want to set down that for a second, because they're amazing. And in our DEIA plan that's coming before you next month, you will see some action items under public safety that include doing listening sessions and conversations. So just want to thank you for bringing that up, and we're already thinking about that too.
She said what I was gonna say.
I really have to hear that. And then just lastly, on repeated 911 calls for overdose responses to particular household or multiple responses to a household where there's continual abuse of calling 911 for non-significant issues. There is a pathway for sharing that cost burden with the individual. I know that per state law, we can't be reflective of responding to a 911 crisis of an overdose and then having there be an arrest of type. It's a response, and thank you for using 911 and doing the good Samaritan thing, right? That's what the state law says we are to engage the process with. But there are impacts on communities. One of our senior communities, for example, where there's multiple responses to a couple households, and that impacts their community and their comfort of safety and doing safe within their community. I think that also has to be addressed. And for the behavioral and social health services side of treating addiction, the repercussion element is tied to healthy recovery. I'm happy that we have a pathway with the community court. That's much more for minor things, and we don't necessarily put certain cases to drug courts where they should be. And I'd like to see a better engagement of drug courts for certain issues.
Rob, and then Melanie.
Oh, yeah, just a couple more trends, and I'm hoping we can,
I think we're deeper too.
yeah, I'm hoping we can
Yeah.
not use all of the time
Yeah.
we gained on this, because I'd like to get down to some other stuff, if that's all right.
Hey, I'm cool. I'm just
Yeah.
watching the agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys want to talk trends?
Let's do just a couple more.
Sure.
Um,
You're, so far you have a 15-minute game. Now,
Yeah, because we were talking about it too.
yeah,
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
and this is such a good
it's
flow,
great
it's hard to break up, but when I say what I'm about to say, it's in an apolitical way, right? Okay, you ready for this? So this does affect us and how we do things, especially the DEI work we're doing. But like 3 decisions in the last 24 hours, yeah, have rocked a lot of people's worlds, yeah. And then if I could, this is the segue one. That is financial. And there's a memo in your packet about it, so I won't go into detail now, but I just want to get it up here as an issue, and in particular, bedroom communities that rely on property tax as their largest source of revenue are struggling, and when the ARPA money runs out, I don't want to be around to see what's written. But, so what does that mean for us, and what do we need to do?
Melanie, I didn't want to take your break.
Okay, I'm gonna try and keep this quick, but the longer I set, the more notes I took, so. It's not, I don't think it's too long. And I think a couple of these fall into categories we've spoken to, but I'm just calling out for specificity and trends and things for us to be aware of. You know, the things that are essential for life, we have major issues with in Kenmore. The air we breathe and the water shed that we are here stewards to protect. Salmon recovery, I mean, I go back to this thing about the life essentials and industry capture. For example, how hard it was for us to engage Puget Sound Clean Air Agency and the essential work that they had to, that they performed with the asphalt plant. It's, as far as I think beyond Kenmore and in our world, awareness, and it falls into some of the trust, but I think we need to be aware of how important it is for us to be looking out for our water quality and our clean air, and our communities coming out and they're like, there's stuff in that water. There's sediments we need to be concerned about. So when we're doing that work, making sure that our community knows that we have the right people doing it and they know how to test and make sure the water is not disruptive and releasing too many toxins, for example. Because we've all heard it in our council meetings. And I haven't felt, personally, I haven't, you know, I was like, in my head, I'm like, of course we're doing it right. We need to make sure our community knows that if we're doing dredging, that we're doing the right thing for the water and those that live in it. So there's that salmon recovery, we've got it listed. And then my other piece, yeah. And that it also is like in that financial future for cities and our world, you have it in there, but like those agencies have been starved and they're dependent on those they serve. Okay, so that's financial for all of our government is starved in certain ways that limits the ability for the agencies that we have in place to protect us to actually do their jobs. And that's a trend, and it's something that I hear a lot about on the news and broader than Kenmore. The other piece is direct communication with our community, something we've talked about and we haven't gotten going yet, and I think they may be coming up now that we've been in person for longer. But town halls, ways for us to be able to communicate directly with our community regarding the things that they are concerned about in an open forum where we can respond.
Okay.
And we've done housing already?
Not really.
No. Okay, that's a huge one. Let's just throw it while we're up there. Housing, affordability. There's homelessness. I don't know if homelessness and housing go together or not. You know, like there's affordability. I think they do, but you know, like depends on how we're going to bridge these. But these are things. Housing, access. Do we have enough? What's our future? Where are we putting it? What's our communication with our community? What are they saying to us? What do they see? How are we all working together for the best for our city to create the density that in the areas that make most sense from what we've heard from our community? But like affordability is still one of our top priorities. And so what are we doing about it? And what does it look like today from since we started?
Okay. And Rocky.
Well, yeah, I was wondering if we could give my department heads the last word. Anything we're missing? Anything else you wanted to say about trends, things to watch out for? Covered it all? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Jennifer, I saw the hand kind of go up.
Maintenance.
Oh, John?
Well, I mean, I did write some things down. And you probably know what I'm gonna say,
Go for it.
I think one of the things that stood out to me was the talking that Melanie talked about services and trust in government. And to me, it starts with that with our own city.
So paper was being torn. Can you
Oh,
say that
sorry.
again?
Trust in
I was
government.
talking about services and trust in government. This was the topic Melanie brought up.
Okay.
And I think that those things start with our own internal operations. Supporting our own operations to ensure that we have the resources that we need to take care of what we build. We constantly build things and we struggle to take care of them. If I was a person in the community, I wonder why in the heck that stuff's not getting maintained to what I would say is a, acceptable level. I think that showing that physically in the community shows or brings that you gain trust of the community when you show them that you can take care of things. All the policies that you set and walk the talk. Practicality, don't bite off more than you can chew. Be realistic about the things that we can do. What we can do to make the biggest impact along the lines of what our core responsibilities are, and our core services. None of these things are shiny or sexy, so they're always difficult to concentrate on.
Okay. Any other comments?
John, I think that is.
The only other thing that I was thinking about that we might want to start thinking of are self-driving vehicles. That's coming into play.
Well, I couldn't hear what kind of.
Self-driving vehicles.
Self-driving.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of pilot testing in San Francisco, and they have cars now that can drive you wherever you want to go as long as it's properly mapped. And infrastructure might need to change for that. And with the self-driving vehicles, I mean, that helps give accessibility for folks that can't drive or, can't maybe do an electric bike, that makes it easier for them, so. Thinking about.
Well, this conversation was much more fruitful than I thought it would be.
Yeah,
So, thank you. This was fun.
all right.
I really think we should go to break.
Yeah, great.
Well, we got our Kenmore quad permit.
Yay.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, John. Thank you.
Okay. Go, Melanie. We'll wait another minute or so and let Melanie and Joe get in here. But have a ton of time. I
Yeah.
look to the mayor.
Let's
Is
go.
that- Are you cool with that?
Yeah, let's move.
Okay. So Jennifer, can you, or somebody, there they go. All right. Okay. This is the 2:55, but it's 45 on your agenda. Now we delve into city finances, and I will turn to Rob and Melinda to take us down that road.
I'm gonna start this conversation, and just to remind you all, I'm Melinda Morrell. I've been here now 4 months with the city, and I am just loving being here. And so thank you for allowing me some time to talk about our financial situation. I will be speaking year to date, and then there'll be a forecast in here as well. And I don't have a PowerPoint for you, so if you would turn to your books, or if you have it online or in your books, under the city finances section, there's a memo, and then there's some other spreadsheet materials for your reference during this conversation. Okay, so I'm first going to speak to year to date, where we're at, or I should say biennium to date, through May. So far through this year, our revenues are up over our expenses for the month and for the year. Revenues are running high now because we just got property tax revenues in, so the numbers are high. And we're also bringing in higher utility tax revenues and development fees and permit money. Also, the good news about higher interest rates means we get more interest income. So our interest income is running really high for the year. And I've made adjustments in the forecast for the future biennium for that. Right now our revenues are, overall revenues are 22% of the budget, and expenses are 13.6% of the budget. And at this point in time in the biennium, we would be at 21%. So revenues are running on target, expenses are running low. In the second paragraph on the first page of the memo, the main reason expenses are low is because we have not made our first contract payment for the police contract. They've been finalizing that, and I believe the last thing I read, we will be invoiced in July for that. So we will make a July catch-up payment, and then we'll pay it monthly after that, and it'll annualize itself out at that point. We also haven't done some of the interfund transfers, so that's a big part of the budget, and we haven't done any of those yet. If we take those into account, then our expenses are right on track with revenues, so we would be more in line with each other if we normalized all those costs. Any questions on that? Page 2 is a spreadsheet that shows what I'm talking about in detail.
Joe, if we make the police payment, are we gonna be under?
For expenses?
Yes.
I believe so, yeah, I know I did that calculation. So, yeah, we would still be in line, but it would be slightly under.
Sweet.
Our expenses would still be lower than the revenues.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
because the revenues are coming in a little above
Okay,
plan.
all right, thank you.
Yep. If you look on that second page, you can see like, if you look at percent of budget in the revenues, you see how high investment interest is. We're at $63,000 of investment interest, and our budget for the biennium is 66. So we will make well over $100,000 in interest income this year. So just in the general fund.
Is that just because of the absolutely absurd interest rates right now?
Yep.
I'm glad you're taking advantage of that.
Yep.
Small to July.
Yeah, yeah. And then most of the other numbers are in sync. If you look down in the expenses at public safety, you see we're only at 1.1%, again, because we will be making a big payment. The contract is, I think, over $4 million, just for 1 year, so we'll be doing a 6 months catch up. So that's where we are for year biennium to date through May in the general fund.
Any questions?
Okay, so moving into page 3 and the street fund. Because the street fund receives a substantial proportion of its resources from the general fund, right? There's transfers that happen. We are considering it as part of the general fund in this analysis. So biennium to date, the revenues and expenditures are shown in the chart. The main thing to note is that revenues are lower than expenses because of transfers. Again, here's where transfers come into play. If you look at the budget for the transfers from general fund and TBD, that's about $2.5 million, and we haven't done any of that. So if we recorded those, if we annualized how we would record those, we're in sync. So we're fine. We're not losing any money as it looks. You can see the red line of revenues over expenditures, and expenditures are up 300,000. Again, that would not be there if we've done the transfers. So I don't want that to alarm anybody.
Yeah, just, I mean, on that note, I mean, and it's all in the narrative, I have read it, but is there, I don't know, going forward, is there a way to display in table detail format like this, like you have it, a column that shows the annualized percent budget?
Like should
Like you're
it,
you know, if you annualize the police, knowing what you know, are we on track or not? Because you do talk about it in the narrative, but it's harder
to visualize it?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can look at that with Rob. I just want to make sure it's not misleading at all.
Yeah,
So I want to make sure it was very clear that this is, like a modified
forecasting or
Right.
something like that,
Yeah, exactly. So that would be easy enough to do. So then we get into our outlook for, we only did 1 year. I came on too late to do a full 6-year forecast. I guess you guys are normally having that at this time. So sorry, wasn't here in time to make that happen. But anyway, so Rob and I worked together and we did a 1-year look into 25-26. And on page 4, you can see the assumptions that we used in coming up with the revenue and the expense amounts that we forecasted. I'll touch on those briefly. So of course, property taxes, we know that is our main revenue source, and we are limited in how much we can bring in. So we forecasted that at 1.9%. And then there's a separate section on the spreadsheet where we include in bank capacity to kind of just show how that plays into this, but that's separated out. Sales tax increasing at 3%, utilities at just 1%, and then no cable increase or decrease. I'm starting to stop using cable. Franchise fee revenues for water sewer increasing at 3%, and again, cable franchise fees held flat. We're estimating admission tax revenues to increase by 3%. We'll have to watch and see how that goes. Gambling tax revenues are set to increase 5% based on what I saw coming in 2022. So I did look that up. Where am I? Development revenues estimated at 3%, liquor tax 3%, however, liquor profits only 1%. Rents and leases and reimbursements are held flat. As I said, based on the actuals, investment earnings were increased to 120,000 in 2025 and 125 in 2026. That may even be conservative, but I had to come to that. I couldn't use a 5% or whatever. I needed to just change the whole number. So it was a big enough jump.
Nigel?
Yeah, and if you can't answer this, that's fine. I was just curious, like, where are we getting emissions tax from? Because I know we talked about this when we did the study plan, that was a couple years ago, and I'm pulling a total blank on where we're getting emissions tax. It's a golf course?
Yeah, so we assumed we would do the bowling alley and the golf course.
Oh, okay.
And that we wouldn't ask you to consider an ordinance on that until 2024. And even then, we want to see how we're doing before we ask you to implement that kind of a tax. Garrett's done some really good analysis just lately. And he's getting a better sense of what emissions tax would bring to the city from the golf course and the bowling alley. And it's not quite 200,000, it's probably more like 150 is what we'll probably see. So we were back in year 2000 or 2020, we were off a little bit, but I think one funny thing is he asked a neighboring city, I won't name the city, but he asked a neighboring city of how much they were getting from their bowling alley. They're like, oh yeah, we have an admissions tax, but we're not getting anything from that. Good point. And they just sent it them a letter, they got a retro pay for 3 years.
Retro.
Oh my goodness.
So,
That's brutal.
so Garrett should get a little piece of the action there. Okay.
So we don't currently have an admissions tax.
We do not.
That's what,
Yeah, 'cause
yeah,
it looks
because
like
that's in the
they do from
forecast.
that.
It makes it kind of
It's in
look,
the forecast.
yeah, okay.
And the FSP.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
David?
So, do you have any numbers on what would happen if the property tax was 1% instead of 1.9?
I haven't done that number of crunching here, no.
Yeah, for the future.
As in reducing it.
Hmm?
Reducing it from 1.9 to 1.
Well, we can roughly say that about every 1% is about $55,000. So 1.9 difference is about $55,000.
About $500,000.
1.9 not only includes the 1% you can take, it also includes a little bit for new construction. And then
Yeah, new construction. The 0.9 bank capacity.
so without bank capacity, if you include new construction, it's probably about 1.2, 1.3.
Joe, is liquor an umbrella term for liquor and marijuana? Or we don't get it?
No, it's separate.
It is separate, okay.
Yeah, so it's separate.
So,
Oh, yeah, there it is.
yeah, marijuana
Okay.
excise tax.
Okay. Under the weed lawn.
Thank you.
You sure it's not grass? No.
Sticky, icky, icky.
Okay, I'm going to save your session. All right, any more questions?
So let's see, expenditure assumptions, we've done all line items at 5% increase. We have new cap in housing and human services expenses beginning in 2023, and they are included in the forecast at an increase of 5% annually. Some of the costs budgeted in the Strategic Opportunities Fund in 23-24 are now shifted to the general fund in 25-26. These costs include farmers market, RCR program, and the asphalt plant legal consulting services.
Can I speak to that?
Yes, please.
Okay, why are we shifting money from strategic ops to general fund? Because strategic ops is considered one time and it's out of money. So by the end of this biennium, it'll have a whopping 30-something thousand dollars in it. So the racer, the amount we're putting into racer, it's gotta come from somewhere, and I'm assuming you want to keep doing it. So we're putting that in the general fund. The other thing is on the asphalt plant, I had $60,000 in there for this year coming out of strategic ops to help us with that. But based where I see things are going, I think we're gonna need that 60,000 every year for this foreseeable future. So I'm putting that in here. On farmers market, we're contributing north of $100,000 a year to farmers market. Other neighboring cities contribute anywhere between $10,000 and $30,000 a year to farmers market. So we're doing it a lot more expensively than other cities. I personally am fine with that to jumpstart it and make it successful. But I don't think we should be doing it at this more expensive level forever. We should be following the models of our neighboring cities like Shoreline and Woodinville and Lake Forest Park, who contribute way less to the farmers market because they have another entity that does it for them. But what I did is I asked Melinda to put in a placeholder of $45,000 a year of a city contribution to the farmers market starting in 2025. So our contribution goes from 100,000 plus to 45. So I have that as just as a placeholder. So that's also factored into this analysis.
So that will be a decision at some point.
Yeah, my coworkers know that the goal is to move the farmers market model to a more traditional model by 2025.
And I know this isn't a major budget year for us as a council to, as we do biennial, but are we having another budget discussion other than now?
You'll have a mid-biennium budget update in the fall.
And, okay, and that's when we would bring up adjustments. Okay.
Any other questions before we go on? Okay.
And so I'm speaking still on page 4, but just so you know, the charts that kind of show all the calculations are on the last 3 pages of this section, but I'm still speaking on page 4. So this leads me talking about revenues and expenditures, then you get into, of course, fund balance. So where do we land after we forecast revenues and expenses? And the pressure of our expenses is growing faster than our revenues. Obviously, if expenses are growing at 5% and revenues are maybe up to 3%, and only not even 2% for our main source of revenue, then we're going to exceed our expenditures are going to exceed our revenues at some point in time. Our reserve goal states the city should hold at least 20% in reserves of our operating expenses. So 20% of our operating expenses needs to be in reserves. With this latest forecast, we anticipate dropping below 20% next year, 2024, just in the general fund. When we combine general and street fund, we drop below the 20% in 2026. Okay. questions on that. And you can see that in the chart on page 5. So the chart on page 5 is a consolidated general and streets fund revenues, and you can see the blue is our fund balance and the red is our reserve goal. So you can see that in 2026, we need a reserve of 4.2 million, and we would only have 3 based on what we're anticipating, what we're forecasting.
And the gap widens with each successive year. So it's not $1 million drop and then $1 million, it's $1 million, and then 1.5, and then 2. So you can see the distance between the steps on that graph gets bigger with each year.
And the reserve goal, what are the assumptions that we made about that? How do we set it?
It's 20% of our
Okay.
operating expenses.
Say that.
I believe that
That's just a
that,
council policy from
sure, and
long
that,
ago.
and that's kind of, I just went to the GFOA conference, and that's kind of a standard reserve policy. People vary that depending on what's happening in their city or wherever they're from. So some might have more for a reason that they're planning for something in the future, some might have less. But that is a typical amount that most entities have as a goal.
David?
Do these figures include expected revenue from traffic cameras?
Yes.
So $1 million a year from traffic cameras is
And I don't
in
remember,
this projection.
I don't know if it's $1 million, but yeah, it's in here.
It's, so actually the traffic
Oh, it's
camera-
separate.
separate fund.
Yeah, it's a separate fund.
So you won't see it here, but it is paying for our traffic safety efforts, including it pays for Tobin, our traffic safety engineer.
So then it won't keep lines from crossing.
Well, in the fact that it takes pressure off the general fund and the street fund for things like asphalt preservation and traffic safety.
Okay. Any other questions?
Okay, so on page 5, the budget picture depicted above was anticipated and discussed in the 23-24 biennium budget message.
Can I just highlight that? I hope this news is not a surprise. I forecasted this in my budget message last year. And if you want to, I've even cited the page numbers you can go to if you want proof.
You're a scholar.
Yeah. So we did have the financial sustainability plan and adopted it in 2020. But the picture has changed from that forecast in 2028. And so below are some reasons for that big change. And obviously, as we mentioned, interest rates, so high inflation we've been experiencing was not anticipated in that forecast. The big jump in the police contract, which increased 14%. And if you look back at that chart, how large the public safety budget is, it's almost $10 million. It's our biggest line item in expenditure budget. So a 14% increase was extremely impactful. We brought on some new positions. As we mentioned, the resources that were in the strategic opportunities fund are being shifted into the general fund. So those are the main reasons why things have changed from that financial plan, sustainability plan that was adopted previously. Any questions about that? Okay, so next steps. So given this forecast, we have had many discussions and we will be working to revise that 2020 financial sustainability plan. And so we are going to be doing the following steps of convening a new financial sustainability task force later this year, and we will examine the priority services, costs and revenues. Task force will be asked to develop recommendations to produce a balanced street and general fund operating budget for the next 6 years. And we'll use the task force charter and selection process similar to what was done in 2020.
Questions? Discussion?
Yeah, I mean, maybe time is compressed, but it feels like we just had the task force. So we actually passed their recommendations in 2020. So they were seated, sorry.
You modified their recommendations a little bit, but you passed the bulk of their recommendations.
So they were seated in 2019, they worked in 2019.
They were seated in January of 2020.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, maybe this is arbitrary, but I feel like, can we push it off just a wee bit and seat them in 2025? I mean, that would at least be 5 years. Our lines aren't crossing until 2026. That would give us plenty of time. I don't know. It just feels like or is there something more we can exploit within the existing financial sustainability plan? It just feels like we're constantly, I mean, it's not constant, but rapidly going back to the community after we feel like we just asked them, and we've asked them with respect to ARPA for other budget guidance. I don't know, maybe that's just me. It just feels like we're, you know, that we should be moving on to other things with our community, and we keep asking them about money.
Melanie?
So.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point. A couple of thoughts come to mind as you brought it up. There's a part of me that thinks one of the things that our community cares so much about is how we spend our money. They genuinely care. And by engaging them in this work now, it helps us to make decisions that are informed by our community. And there are things like the traffic cameras that I never would have supported if it weren't for our community financial task force support, for example. And I had to think about it and weigh it in those terms. Is it worth the revenue for something that I don't believe in, that our financial sustainability task force reviewed and thought considered was the best decision for our community? That's a really tough decision. That's the importance of the task force to me, is informing me on things that I may have had a different position on and needed to hear from the community on. There's another element of this, though, about the timing and speed of it. Do we ride out what has happened with inflation and COVID and all the wildness with the economy and what we're seeing? Is now the time? Is this a fluctuation that will settle? I personally don't think it will, but maybe we'll be getting used to, hopefully incomes and things will. I'm not going to go too deep into my theories on economics, but the question is this thing that we're looking at right here a bump? And can we recover from that without a task force? Or not? I think given all that we know, I think it would be good for us to continue moving forward with the process where we're at. But I can see slowing it down, so I understand where you're coming from. So I just want to, you brought up something that wouldn't have occurred to me to think about, and I understand where you're coming from. And that I think it is good for us to move forward with the task force as scheduled.
Nigel, Karina.
Yeah, I mean, I think Deb and Melanie both bring up good points. I think beyond just people caring how we're spending our money, which is, of course, very important. I think what is important in the larger scheme of things is the financial health of the city. And if our lines are going to cross in 2 years or 3 years, depending on how you're measuring this, it's mildly, I mean, you know, it's disappointing, but the, you know, inflation plus the police contract has a huge part to do with all of that. I mean, I'd be fine with the financials, with the us bringing back the committee maybe next year, but 2025 seems a little late in the game, I think. But I do really appreciate.
2024, yeah, I said 2025.
You said 25. If you meant 24, that makes more sense.
24, sorry, I'm sorry.
But, you know, I do think it is an important venue for us to get feedback from regular people who aren't doing this day in and day out. And not to tell us what to do, but it gives us really important feedback, I think, as we're figuring out how we keep the financial health of the city healthy. Because the lines crossing is mildly terrifying, you know.
Karina, then step.
There's just a couple things. Our task force put together some great recommendations, some of which we chose to not pick up at the time. We can, you know, revisit those and look at where we might adjust, because the work is done. Definitely like the idea of engaging in 2024 and working on filling a task force before that point. So, yeah, interviewing, support, and recommending. I would like to see that process start sooner so we can engage them by the end of the year, to have a report by the end of the year or January. And just to be fiscally responsible and to give plenty of lead time for planning and organizing that outlook. And there's new tools in the tool belt that we're not utilizing yet. And we're not even part of the discussion. So I think it's important to give some lay of the land to that. And I know we have a strong farmer's market, which is great. I don't think there's any reason why we can't start approaching some of the municipal farmers market grants to help us propel that. And also, there's a standard in the field that's already a norm. We made the place, we know the market's there, our community loves it. I think we can adapt sooner than later if we have to. And that's just kind of where my opinion is at. Our community does care about how we financially spend our dollars and where and when. And I think that we do, for the most part, a very good job of being really responsible, very transparent in the funding expenditures. No matter how hard it is to gain the trust of a community, government and budgets. But I'm glad we're having this discussion today because it's very important.
Stephanie.
Yeah, I just want to center, and this is really from Melinda, but the timing, the reason why we wanted to convene the task force earlier is because we start our budget process for the next planning in the spring of next year. So by this time next year, we'll already be underway the budget process. And so we would really want those recommendations from the task force in time to inform the budget work that will happen. So I think, I want to probably say more than that, but that's my understanding and part of why the timing is such that we would start, because there's work involved in convening the group and the selection process, that takes time, and we don't want to, be pushed up against, delaying our budget process because we haven't finished that.
Okay. And I wouldn't, since this is, next year will be a budget year, which would be my first year here working on the budget, I wouldn't want to be working on a task force and getting that going off, getting off the ground in the middle of doing the budget. Right, so this is like the ideal time, like this fall into the spring is the perfect time to gather that information and then have it for the 25-26 budget cycle.
Any other comment?
Well, so I should have written this on the trends thing, but another thing we're seeing on trends is cities around here is cities having to go to their voters just to pay the bills. I'm not saying we're there yet, but that's what Shoreline does. Every 6 years, they're on a cycle to go to their voters for a levy lid lift. We just saw Mercer Island do that last fall. Bellevue did it. They called it a parks levy, but I can assure you that it was also to pay the bills. And so there's that trend that's happening. And if, keyword if, I can't see in the future, but if something along from the task force resulted in a recommendation to go to the voters for a levy limit or something like that, you would want that to be happening. You would want the task force recommendations to be happening spring of next year.
Yeah.
So when you see your lines crossing, I thought I heard like 2 years.
2025. Yeah, technically, they're crossing now. If you take Racer and the other things that are in the strategic ops, we put them into the general fund. If you do that, then they're crossing down.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, so, I don't know that I need to read the rest of these bullets. You guys have been through, what it's like to do the FSP, and we just had a good conversation, but, basically we would follow, similar to what was done before, which is a little learning curve for me since I wasn't here, but, yeah, so I have a model, so, that'll be great. And, I think this is really important work. I think it's important to be transparent, with the community about what's happening, and, I worry about the timing of waiting too long, and then it's like we're more in crisis mode, and reacting versus being proactive. So I think getting in front of this is really, really important.
Yeah, and the community engagement piece, I'm really excited about that. Right now, we're experimenting with the Dream, Play, Build method. We're calling it the Love Where You Live project. And it's really a DEI oriented way of trying to reach out to people that don't normally participate and really trying to hear from the unheard. So we would incorporate that into this process. Plus we do balancing act again. Remember, we did balancing act in 2020. We got over, I think, several hundred, I can't remember the number now, several hundred budget submissions. Like people simulated their own budget and submitted it. And at the time they were saying, they had other clients like big cities, I can't remember the names of the cities. They were big cities across the nation, you'd notice. They said that Kenmore had more budget submissions than those big cities did. So we have an engaged community, and then the Bang the Table platform, I don't know if you've ever heard us talk about Bang the Table, but that was a really cool online interactive method that we did with our, John, was it our bridge project or I can't remember. What did we use Bang the Table for?
The transportation.
Thank you. Yeah, the transportation element. But we can use that online interactive method for this and just really get a lot of deep input from the community, not just from the folks we always hear from.
Nigel, then Freeman.
After hearing staff, I retract my previous push to 2024. That's all.
I was gonna say, and also hearing staff, it seems like engaging a process of outreach for fall would be appropriate, get things up and moving. If we're gonna be timely and have the time we need to really have information to be able to work with staff wise and not hinder the process. Yeah.
Any other comment? Deborah?
I mean, I agree with the timing. I would like us to look at the existing financial sustainability plan and really think hard about that as well. Because I mean, there was a lot of work and we explicitly decided to choose things and not choose things. And there are things left on the table in that report. So,
Things that the committee recommended that we did not.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the one thing I'm really proud of is we are following the FSP that you adopted. We're following it to the letter. And so that's pretty cool. But yeah, we can go back and look at the things that the committee recommended that did not get in the final plan.
And on that topic, just a process question. So would if you convened another group, say this fall, which I'm hearing is somewhat of a consensus now, check if I'm wrong. But if you do that, would part of that process then have as a starting point your existing plan that they did last year? No, or would they start with a zero build process?
Haven't crossed that bridge.
Good question. I mean, I would think that we would at least use it as a guide,
Yeah.
right? Like, here's what we did last time, you know?
Yeah.
And we followed these things and that helped us be like this and okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Anything else?
Yeah, that's it. As I said, there's some more lovely spreadsheets for those of you that love spreadsheets. It's in here, how we came up with the numbers. Feel free to call me if you have questions on it, but I'm not gonna walk through all the line items. I already explained what we did, so, yeah.
Any questions on that part of it or anything at all having to do with budget or this module? Okay. We're back on, I'm not gonna take us to break. I'm assuming that we can make it till 4:30 without one. That's 1 hour. You guys good? Okay. Progress review on council priorities and accomplishments.
Now, I'm gonna assume that you've read your packet materials, and what you have here on this tab, it's called Progress Toward Council Priorities tab. It's pretty self-explanatory on the progress you've all made towards your top 5 priorities. My main thing is, any questions? Did I miss anything? Or anything scratching your head, causes you to scratch your head and squint your eyebrows?
Take a quick moment to remind yourself of your read.
Nina Rasmussen has been hired and she knows her marching orders and she's hitting the ground running. Wouldn't you say, Richard?
Yeah, definitely.
Climate Action Plan Manager. We'll be hearing from her in the fall. One thing I'm doing internally is I have this term I've made up. It's called the CAP basket. And right now we're just throwing a bunch of stuff in the basket. A lot of it is already in the Climate Action Plan, right? But there's other things pertaining to biodiversity and sustainability that we're also throwing into the basket. So it's like a brainstorm basket. And there's gonna be some things in the basket that won't make the cut, and some things that will. And we'll be bringing that to you in the fall. Deborah.
Number 3, and I think we're getting briefed on it pretty soon, so I think we have made progress on it. 61st, not just the photo enforcement, but the sidewalks. I mean, I know there's been some amount of planning and we gotta get more funding this year as well. I know we were counting on even more, but yeah, so I'm just incorporating something in that, but.
So not much has changed in regards to funding for 61st. The funding that we had gotten has been pushed so far out in the funding cycle that we established that as a phase 2 for 61st. When that starts, I do not know. But regarding 61st, the expectation is at the end of July, we're going to come to council with follow-up from the discussion we had last year. So it's taking a little bit longer to do just because of resources. We're able to get on that next stage. I pass it off to one of our engineers.
Can you say phase 1?
That's phase 1.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the east side of 61st
Yeah.
and Northern Reserve of the city line.
Right, so we have done.
We're going through the analysis to figure out what options we have
Yeah.
for saving or placing the trees and the side.
Yeah, right, okay.
So you have 1.5 million of PED bike grant funding to do a section. Okay, and you have that in hand now.
We intend to apply for some other grant funding for 61st to see if we can get stuff done sooner. We heard from, I believe it was TIB that thought that would be a good project. So we're going to apply for some funds.
Okay. Any other questions or thoughts or comments on the priority review? Karina.
I know that we've made great progress on the DIA pulsing program. And I believe we're expecting an update on that soon and a possible extension. And so I look forward to hearing that discussion when it comes back to us.
Yeah, so the plan is to give you a draft of the DEIA strategic plan and 5-year roadmap. on July 24th. We're not asking you to adopt that night, but we want you to have your first look at it. And then the hope is to adopt it in September. So the good news is we've just gotten a lot of really good feedback from people, especially, from coworkers and the DEI advisory committee. They've done some really great, giving us some kind of game-changing feedback. It's really great. I'm excited to show it to you.
I have a question on number 3 as well, and that is just, do we have a general year or timeline for when we would get funding for these projects that were awarded, like Arrowhead, Northeast 192nd, 80th or 73rd? I think last I heard it sounded like pretty far out. Is that still the case?
So-
Like many years out?
So the Arrowhead project, 80th and Arrowhead, Arrowhead, 80th and 192nd. Those funds have been approved by the governor. And so now we're in the process. We'll be going to council on July 24th to start talking about CIP amendment. I'm going to be making a request to get approval to hire new staff. And then as soon as the CIP is amended, we can begin the process of starting those projects. So the money is available as of July 1st, but I have to go through a whole bunch of process with the state to begin spending that money.
Okay, great. And then 73rd,
That's going right now.
that's already in
Yeah,
progress.
yeah, so
Okay.
that's the project that we're through the overlay, replacing all the sidewalks and making the whole site accessible.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Other questions or comments on the progress and the priorities?
So we've done great work on environment, climate action, affordable housing. I think we have a couple properties that the council has approved buying and that we are considering doing some work with. And so I hope for an update on what could be affordable housing and an affordable pathway to home, first time home ownership or downsizing, workforce housing. Our communities, a lot of it. So I look forward to that. Great, thank you so much.
Anything else? Okay. Nothing. Do you want to make some
Almost
headway?
applause worthy is what it is.
Do you want to make some headway on tomorrow, or do you want to say we got today?
We have 50 minutes until 4:30, which is when we're supposed to adjourn. I bet we could knock out the 9 AM thing tomorrow. Yeah. Problem with us moving on to the 9 AM slot.
I think it's big. I think we should rest on it and think about how we want to talk about it. That's how I feel.
What
It's been a long day.
Reviewing.
Looking
that?
ahead,
Is it
roadmap.
Roadmap with.
Right, but what is that?
I mean, is it just a review?
Yeah.
What does it mean? Because like, I'm just saying for
And we
me.
just talked about the priorities though. It feels like
Yeah.
it'd feed right into it,
Okay,
I think.
yeah, okay.
So these
It's high level,
these are
yeah.
presentations by staff.
Okay, then, yeah, let's do it.
Oh,
I did, if
okay.
that's what it is, I just had to kind of dial into what it is.
Yeah.
We got a lot, yeah.
So I would ask the staff if they feel
Yeah,
comfortable with this timeframe. We'd like to close this at 4:30. Let's go, staff.
I told them all 5 minutes each, so.
There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
Rock in the
Did I tell you that? I love it.
Nice to meet you.
Okay.
I can wing it. I was gonna look at it this evening. I've been out all week, so.
No.
Why don't we wait?
He needs some time.
I think you know this like the back of your hand.
I mean, that's what I mean. I'm happy to.
Not exactly when.
Right.
Yes. And so starting with the climate action plan, and doing that, we do have a an update coming as a staff update on the July 10th meeting. So we'll be kind of going into more detail there and talking about what we've accomplished so far and what we're working on this year. And then with the climate action plan implementation, we are have been working to come back in fall with kind of a comprehensive presentation showing kind of the like a more detailed work plan moving ahead and budget that we're expecting to need, any sort of staff resources and consultant resources. So in that fall meeting, we'll really get more into the weeds and go into those components of the climate action plan implementation.
And that's set for the fall, you said?
Yeah, we'll be coming in fall for that, yeah. So on July 10th, it's just gonna be a real brief update on what the new climate action plan manager has been working on. We've had a consultant on board just helping with grants, so we'll provide you some update on what we're doing there. A lot of work digging into these grants that are out right now. The climate action element also we've been very busy with that. So we got a grant from Commerce, and we've been working with Planning Commission since late last year, and we just wrapped up with them a week or two ago. And so we've got the climate action element draft approved by Planning Commission, and they've recommended bringing that to council this fall for action. So that will also be coming to you all likely in September to start reviewing that draft. And in the meantime, staff will get that through the secret review and Commerce notification and some of the other administrative things we need to do with that. And what else?
Can I jump into that?
Oh, yeah.
One thing we're also we're exploring, as you directed us, is what partnerships out there can we be a part of and leverage before we jump straight to the conclusion that we need to hire more staff. So we're looking at things like the Eastside Climate Challenge and other things like that.
Yeah, Nina's, been exploring, there's programs that other cities are doing that we could tap into for, I think a recent one we were just looking at was like a residential solarization program, something that's been established, kind of we can jump into, we don't need to recreate the wheel. So looking at different programs and partnerships like that. And also with some of these grants, we find that we can be more competitive if we reach out to some of our neighboring jurisdictions and utilize partners and put together more regional approaches. Because we're finding there is a lot of money out there. Everyone keeps hearing that, but that money goes really quick when you start starting at the federal level, and you need to make these applications more appealing regionally. So we're trying to approach them from that angle and be more successful.
Yeah, and so just an example that you might get an announcement from the federal government saying, we're announcing this grant, $700 million are available. You're like, oh, wow, that's a lot of money. Not divided by 50 states. And so you've got to be really competitive.
Well, 50 states, territories, tribes.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a lot of people at the table, so. And then, beyond the climate action plan, we've been doing a lot of exciting work. We recently presented the culvert assessment to you all. So we are also looking to secure funds to start programming those culverts. And we're also working with a consultant on the swim fee analysis and seeing how these culvert projects and other restoration projects will impact our swim fees moving forward. So we're going to try and program those in and see how that impacts.
And for the lay people, surface water management.
Yeah. And we also have been looking into finding, similar to the culvert assessment, and this started with Swamp Creek through a request that started with TOD conversations on Swamp Creek and restoration potential. We've been developing a model that we can, starting with Swamp Creek, collect data and information and run some analysis similar to what we did with the culverts, where we look at properties that are all along Swamp Creek, and we can look at different factors, not only cost, but we can see, you know, how developed is it, what kind of zoning is it, what's the quality of the habitat around the river, and then we can create a matrix similar to the culvert assessment that then allows us to prioritize properties along the entire stretch of Swamp Creek, and then come back and present that, you know, here's, you know, if we really wanted to get high value restoration projects, you know, we could recommend these. If you want to look through the angle of budget, we can sort it that way. If you want to look at the angle of what, regardless of cost, what's the, you know, what gives you the best habitat gain, we can look at it through that lens and play with it there. But we'll also have the tools after doing that, which excites me to apply it to all of our different streams and around the city, so that we can start developing a comprehensive restoration type program that has some thought and prioritization behind it.
And another thing along those lines is there are properties throughout the city that are owned privately and would not be buildable except for this pesky little thing called the reasonable use exception. And every once in a while, we'll get an application for someone to build on a property like that. And they're like, oh, I wish we would have bought it or something. But what we're also looking into doing is something that we did similar to the culvert analysis, where we take a systematic look at all these properties and then weight them based on criteria. So that rather than being caught with their pants down all the time, or somebody saying, hey, do you want to buy this property? It's for sale. And just kind of randomly, oh, no, do we scramble and buy it? That we actually be prepared and say, well, no, because we've done a ranking and that one doesn't really let out a lot of value. Or, oh, no, yeah, we've been waiting for that one. Yes.
Yeah.
You know, and so have a more systematic, logical approach to these properties, and also get ahead of the reasonable use exception emergencies that sometimes get created.
Yeah. And then I guess quickly wrap up too, what's coming up in the near future on 61st. We will be breaking ground and replacing a culvert at 190th. So on the east side of 61st. So is your manager getting that? So July, August, you'll start seeing some action up there, and we'll be having a new culvert hopefully by September, if we can get that in the fish window. And I've just taken a step back. I'll just reiterate what Jennifer touched on earlier. There's so much work going on with my team, with Jen's team, with John's folks, that is just stuff under the ground. So, you know, we're out right now inspecting. I have a lot of staff every summer. We're looking at every catch basin. We're looking at culverts, ditches. We're doing a lot of maintenance. We're responding to a lot of illicit discharges. This is the season where we find a lot of those. So every week there's 2 or 3, you know, illicit connections and discharges. We're going out, we're getting cleaned up and making sure that, you know, these pollutants aren't getting into our streams and Lake Washington. And so a lot of work going on there. If you remember this year, from our last swim fee analysis, we had identified the need for another technician. So I have a new technician on board that started in spring and helping out with inspections and whatnot. And our new GIS analyst also started, and that's been fantastic. They've been updating and a lot of our maps and data sets, and yeah, they'll be really busy for years to come on just catching up on what we already have. So lots of work going on behind the scenes. We're out testing, you know, water quality in the lake and Swamp Creek every week.
Reminder, we're at this year is the start of a new level of NPDES regulations. What's, Richard, in a nutshell, what is that new level?
So Department of Ecology has added a new type of inspection they call business source control inspections. So we are now required to go to many businesses in the city that conduct certain types of activities that might in some way, shape, or form pose the discharge to the city system or the lake or the river. So we now have to go and work with them, and whether they have a private drainage facility on their property or not, we meet with them. We figure out how do they do their business. Do they have spill control on site? Are the staff there knowledgeable on how to respond if something spills, or if they see something wrong, do they know who to call? And then ensure that source control happening, but so I think we identified over 300 businesses, and so yeah, so we're adding all of those inspections onto our existing list of facilities we look at every year.
Okay, Karina, and then realizing we have 5 more to go, I just wanted to.
Just a quick question. Is that part of the environmental stars program for businesses and residential through King County Public Health?
No, that's a separate.
It's all under our budget. Okay.
So these are requirements through our NPDES permit that
Right.
you all have heard me talk about many times.
Thank you.
But I just want to make sure you get some credit, that's all.
I just have a couple more things on climate and environment. We do have the surface water study happening right now. We on that. Then also there's tree canopy assessment. Samantha, what's the latest on tree canopy assessment?
So we were supposed to have it in January, but there was something wrong with the data for Kenmore and other jurisdictions. So they're working on that, and we're estimated to receive it at the end of August.
We're excited about that and possibly looking at the urban forest and how do you want to use a basket. And then the other thing is, the work the Snow King Watershed Council is doing under Tracy Banishevsky's leadership, that is magical stuff that's going on. And how do it's the habitat restoration in Swamp Creek and Wallace. But how do we support that and give them the momentum to keep going and possibly even grow and replicate that even more in the city? Another cat basket item, so.
Okay, anything else?
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about housing and human services, and the memo that was on the previous item on the agenda covers, I think, really well all the amazing work we've done on the policy side of housing, and that's thanks to Debbie Benson and her team, and Samantha, really the whole city team involved in that work. But I'll talk a little bit about what we've done since we hired a housing and human services manager, Tandy Court, joined our team here just about a month ago. She said it's her month anniversary this week. So she's been on board for 4 weeks and she's hit the ground running. So thrilled that she's here. And one of the first things that she's doing is meeting people. She worked in housing and human services on Mercer Island for 13 years, but North King County is new to her. So doing a lot of introductions and really important connections that she's making, and she's amazing. And I've been in several of those meetings with her. She's incredible. So just thanks to her for the way she's showing up, and so excited for her engagement efforts. One of the things that she did, and what we're so excited about, is she did a human services needs assessment on Mercer Island. And so she's getting ready to launch that work. And she's been, again, landscape analysis of North King County, understanding what data that we have and looking at different approaches and looking at how she did this work on Mercer Island. But that is getting ready to be launched here later this summer. So she's going to come on July 10th to council and talk a little bit more about that, and you'll hear it in her own words, but I'm excited about that work. One of the things I think was interesting, and I don't know where she's going to land on this, but she's been talking to Shoreline, who is also similarly thinking about a human services needs assessment, and also Bothell is hiring a human services coordinator. And so she's also, and they were just interviewing people in Bothell, so we're assuming they'll hire someone soon. So she's also interested in those connections in our neighboring cities, and so maybe we can combine some efforts. And so we'll see what that looks like, and I think those are the right questions and the right ways to be thinking about this. So more to come on that. And then in terms of housing, so, and this is really where I think Councilmember Pyle was coming from. So we're obviously very excited about our partnership with Plymouth, Housing Group, a Regional Coalition for Housing, and Bastyr University on the former Shell property. And we're just waiting for the Department of Commerce to officially send notification via the official letterhead notification. And then the commission that allocates the tax credits, that process can begin. And again, July 10th, coming back to council with hopefully a timeline then that we can share with you all. That, because I know everybody's wanting to know, when are we going to break ground on this project? That's the question that everyone wants to know, and we should be able to give them the answer for that on July 10th at the council meeting. And I know we're working with Plymouth, and they were populating a little timeline, so we're actively working on that right now. I think you can, unfortunately, probably expect that it won't be this year, that it's going to be early next year, just based on the delays with the funding that we are out of our control. But more to come on the timeline for that. And relatedly, I know all of us, except for I think Councilor Marshall, everybody else got to see the yard. And thank you to Jennifer Gordon this week for showing everybody the site and thinking about that. And we were talking as we were there on the yard about the Plymouth project and timing. And, you know, we have the operations on the yard will be moving off. And so that's another piece of the timeline that we'll be talking about. And thank you for your partnership, Jennifer, on that work that's coming ahead. And then the whole property. So very excited. This is the property 3 doors down from City Hall that we purchased in September for $3.2 million of Strategic Opportunities Fund money. And that's a big investment on the city's part, this property. And so we're working on an RFP and it's close. Tammy has a time, she's leading that effort and she has a timeline for that. And I believe that it's like imminent in the next few weeks, sometime in July. So she'll be talking about that on July 10th, and you'll be able to hear that directly from her, but we're really excited. I've seen it, the draft is pretty much ready to go. And the idea is to have it open into October, just because September, as we all know from the Plymouth project, is September is a timeline where the funding applications to Commerce are due. So a lot of our prospective respondents are going to be busy potentially with that timeline. So we're thinking about having the RFP open into October to allow for them to finish up those applications and then be working on a potential application for our RFP. So I'm just really excited about that. And then obviously, you know, I know this is our ongoing high priority, and we did do the work in 2021, and many, John, Debbie were part of that effort, and others, where we ranked 18 properties across the city that would be potential affordable housing sites. And so, you know, whenever we're ready, we have that work that we did and can come back to and look at as we continue to think about what's next. So just really excited about all this work and happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Great.
Just a comment on that. I think there is an East Side Human Services coordinator
Northeast
group.
funders, yes.
Well, no, the human service manager. So that might be something to think about. I think it's just the East Side. It's like Woodinville, Bellevue, Kirkland, Red Meadow. So that was one. And I don't want to lose track of the Metro. I think I've mentioned this before, but the Metro development or lack thereof. I mean, I just want to somehow keep that on our radar.
Yes. I've got projects on that list I just mentioned.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah.
So speaking of that project, we have a couple of my coworkers that have a pretty regular meeting that talk about the St. Vincent and Paul project. Samantha and John. So how often do you meet, and any news on that?
It's about every other week. Hasn't been really much news on that. They've been more focusing on their own plan. It's St. Vincent and Paul has been a little bit kind of in a flux with their leadership and who's doing what and kind of what their plans are. So they've been more focusing on how to improve the parking right itself and still trying to work with St. Vincent and Paul. But the two ships haven't yet aligned yet, so.
Do you have a question?
Well, I was just thinking that I really love that we have this prior approach of considering different vocation opportunities. And I also love the approach that our AG, our Attorney General, often utilizes, is thinking ahead, like Rob was saying, potential opportunities, whether it's the opportunities for business and locations and other sites for housing and housing types and options. I love the idea of working that toolkit and being prepared in advance so we can run and go. Because that's also what makes our AG so successful, right? And the work that you guys have been empowered to do by our council has, proven to be successful. So I just hope that everybody gets a shovel and whether they're painted gold or not, I hope that everybody gets a shovel because this has been heavy lifting by everyone and it's not done alone. And so just really appreciate you all.
You ready to move? All right.
I would just say, Arch continues to be a strong partner and that represents me on the Arch board. And, they're going to be a strong partner through this RFP process and they're definitely there to help us. They guide us on a bunch of housing issues. We view them as a department of the city. They see themselves as such.
Okay. Pedestrian bike safety, John.
So as mentioned earlier, we're funded for, or we got our grant funds for Arrowhead, 192nd and 80th, and we'll be working with council to update or to amend the CIP. Those projects do require a city match, and so we have to go through the process of gathering the funds. Then we'll be starting design hopefully this fall with construction of those projects, probably 2026, depending upon how long it takes to get through right away on some and environmental permitting on the others. Also within, you'll see it, you've seen it with the transportation improvement program, several projects that were listed as unsecured. I'll be looking for grant funds next year on those. The big call is next year. So 73rd from 192nd to 201st, 84th from 150th to 155th, but also 155th to Simons. I'm gonna apply for grants for that section as well too. Looking at 192nd, complete sidewalk work on both sides of the street from 73rd to 80th. 155th from 84th to 87th. So between essentially Kenmore or Morelands and the high school. And then also 80th Avenue from about 185th where the current project we got funding for terminates to 192nd. So gonna apply for all those. I'm gonna cross my fingers we get some, but not all, because I don't have the resources to do all. Plus, there's also a match on those too, so I don't want to give Belinda a headache. So also, we just finished our first season of CAPE photo enforcement. Last day of school was, I believe, last week, and so cameras are off until school starts again. When school kicks up, there will be 3 days of flashing, but no tickets. And then after that, fines will be issued to everybody and anybody who goes through there and gets a ticket. So watch out, all of you who got warnings.
I think the Carl Lindsay family is going to be a major contributor.
Just work with Carl to do
e-bike running.
So you use the e-bike trigger?
I don't think so. When cameras shifted, I don't think
It doesn't have a license plate. So.
But well, true. It probably go to police officers, they're like,
Is that wrong?
Yeah.
We know his helmet.
We know what time he goes by.
Also, hopefully, given how our schedules go, we'll be looking at alternative transportation options within the city, looking at what's out there, the bike share and everything across board. It's not just traditional bicycle, car, bus, and looking at what kind of infrastructure we might need for that and what kind of code language, what do we really want to have within our city. So we're going to be trying to get on the ball with that because there just seems to be an increased amount of demand for alternative modes of transportation. So we're going to start investigating that and make sure we've got things in place before it actually becomes necessary. And again, we also continue with our site distance and traffic count speed studies here in the city with the annual program. Go to certain locations periodically, so we'll continue with that. I was also going to mention, kind of dovetailing into DEIA, is I'll be starting phase 2 of our ADA transition plan, which will focus on accessibility within our parks and facilities. So hopefully I'll be able to get to that.
And then just to continue on, bus rapid transit being another part of this.
Yes.
To John serves on the technical committee, I serve on the city managers group. Couple big milestones in July, so they're going to vote on what they call baselining, that's the term, right? Baselining. And that's like the final board decision before they say, okay, we're going to construction, no more public comment, no more this and that, we're going. And so baselining happens, so the system expansion committee is scheduled to meet on July 13th. It would be good if we actually had some people there, because the antis in Lake Forest Park are likely to be there. And then July 27th is the full board decision vote on baselining. And just so you know, there's been tons of public process for the last 7 years, including SEPA. SEPA was issued, it was not appealed. So that ship has sailed. The project to be built decision, ship has sailed. The board voted on that milestone. And then more recently, the board voted on right-of-way acquisitions for the project. So SEPA, project to be built, right-of-way acquisitions, those milestones have come and gone. And the last major one is baselining. And so we just need to get through July. And I think then we'll be good. And there's an organized group in Lake Forest Park that is opposing the bus only lanes. And if they show up, I want our Kenmore residents from the 522 corridor showing up saying, we need those. We need those. I mean, they've got a PR person hired and the whole bit. And it's, anyway, so we're gonna need to show our interest on July 13th and July 27th.
Following up with what Rob said, they're also supposed to be approving funding for their access projects, which part of that is to provide funding to Kenmore for sidewalks on 181st or 61st, 63rd. So on the south side. So as part of that process, we're hoping that they will approve that funding so we can get that project started. They've also they've submitted, I just got them while I was on vacation, so I haven't delved too deeply, but I got 60 and 90% plans for their bus rapid transit design. So shelters and kind of everything that they're building, and then hopefully in the next few months, they'll be submitting for city permits to begin those process, but they can't start that until they finish all of their right of way acquisition. That's gonna take a while, because they have some significant takes here in Kenmore, so.
Okay. And Deborah, do you?
Yeah, a couple of quick things. So on the BRT, I think there are quite a few people in Lake Forest Park that are actually pretty supportive. I don't know whether we might want to, kind of reach out to contacts in Lake Forest Park. I mean, I think it's more effective if Lake Forest Park people are actually saying they actually want it than us. I mean, I'm just saying. And then I thought I heard in my previous question about 61st that you were going to be applying for funding, but then when you rattled off the ones.
Yeah, forgot about that one.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
gonna be applying for funding for 61st to
Perfect.
hopefully
Okay.
possibly replace the funding that we got for the west side of 61st sidewalk replacement. So, yeah.
Great.
Okay. So, Corinne?
Yeah, so all amazing and awesome work. I noticed that at the same time, I'm assuming that the flashing, crossing walks and things would be installed with the pedestrian work and right of ways for our sidewalks installations.
So Arrowhead, 80th. And, Arrowhead 80th, we're gonna have flashing crossings, but not 192nd. 192nd will be adding a new school flashing zone
Okay.
sign, not a crossing.
Okay, and then I noticed that pedestrian crosswalking flags are kind of gaining an diminished supply near our downtown and kind of near our upper end of our school areas. So I'm hoping we can get replacement of those.
They're on order right now.
Awesome, that's great, thank you. And then our park areas, our park zones. That's a new opportunity for cameras to ensure we have a reduced speed zone near parks and traffic enforcement that way. I don't know if we want to consider that in maybe 1 or 2 areas we have that are highly traveled in Kenmore, where we already don't have maybe a school zone or the opportunities like those. But I think it's worth it to at least investigate. I don't know how others feel about that.
Yeah, you're referring to the change in state, which allows enforcement around parks.
Right, and I know Lake Forest Park is considering it.
So that is something that we're gonna be exploring, wanted to get our current program some time before we start throwing more cameras everywhere. But to let you know,
Yeah.
based off of Kenmore's population, we would only be allowed 1 camera
Right.
within the city, so. But we were looking at the possibility of maybe having a mobile camera that was allowed. So that's one of the things that we're kind of thinking, is since we only have 1, maybe just one that we place it.
Get one camera in different places.
Definitely look into it, but that's pushing that further down the line until we've got this whole, so we get the bugs out of our current cake and make sure that we're, as a city, are comfortable with cameras in general.
Great, and that target zero pedestrian safety is one of my #1 priorities, and keeping our community safe in their commutes, their daily commutes is so important. So thank you for your work.
On that, Maria brought up the idea of speed cameras. Almost anywhere, he was talking about I-5, but, and I think we need to keep pursuing bat lane cameras as a legislative thing. I know that they let Seattle do a pilot, but, I was talking to Stephanie while I was driving yesterday during my lunch break, and I had a guy pass me on the right through the bus lane and then cut across 2 lanes of traffic, and I was already.
Okay. Yeah, and we're ready, we have 15 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I think it can be pretty quick on this one, given the discussion we had earlier. One thing that you're gonna see in the 5-year roadmap is you're gonna see the objective and then the sub-objectives under it. And then you're gonna see columns. You're gonna see which department has the lead on it. And then whether additional resources or no. We also have columns for whether it's a D or E or an I or an A thing, a check mark. So you'll see which of the DEI elements it meets, and then there'll be a notes section. So Garrett Oppenheim's done an amazing job developing that spreadsheet. Looking really forward to having you take a look at it on the 24th. Just so you know, it's not your bad. It's all the thing, but remember the caveat is, do we need additional resources to do this or not? But that will help us with our budget conversations we have next year, right? So that's it on DEIA.
Okay. Right. Walkways, waterways, transition from construction to ongoing maintenance. Wow. That's big. That's wonderful. John, Debbie, Jennifer.
So talking about the roadway projects 1 and 68th Avenue. 68th Avenue, of course, is completed. It's just in the maintenance phase or plant establishment phase. And then once the year is over, I believe it's April of next year, then it gets turned over to the city for full-time maintenance. About that, we're done. Juanita, another ball of wax. If you notice, they've been doing work out there correctly. Well, they got to do more work. They've done something that isn't right. They got to fix it. So whenever they get done, the 1 year kicks off. And then, of course, the contractor is responsible for general upkeep and whatnot, except for things like street sweeping. They do all the landscaping and make sure things are operating. If it fails, they have to fix it within that year. And then after that, it gets turned over. So not really sure when that 1 year will happen. It was supposed to happen, what, 2 years ago? So hopefully before the end of the summer, we'll be complete with that project and able to start the clock on
Do you have the latest on the steel cut art?
That was supposed to be coming in July, I believe. So they've got that. They've got to fix the pavement at 153rd and Juanita. And I believe that's everything. So just kind of waiting on materials and then getting them to fix their error.
You notice a lot of dead plants, I do. But again, they're responsible for them for 1 year, and that 1 year hasn't started. So it's not on us yet to keep those plants alive.
On the same lines, the oars that were, or paddles that were knocked over, when are they coming?
So the contractor had to order those. They have to be fabricated and just takes longer to get things nowadays. So
Right.
they'll eventually show up. Just not positive when. I haven't gotten a date from the project manager on that.
So no estimated completion date.
So with the bridge itself, we already have a completion date. The replacement of those oars was more warranty.
More what?
Warranty. And so all of the.
Warranty on a car?
It's just, it's more of an insurance claim.
It's an insurance claim, but under the contractor, it's considered a warranty item, so it doesn't affect their completion date. So the completion date is still January of this year. And when January hits, that's when all the landscaping turns over to.
Okay, that's when you'll have a completion date maybe on the oars.
No, we've already awarded them.
We have all, so the bridge project is complete.
Right, but the replacement oars, that's what I'm trying to find out. If we've got a completion date or when we'll get it.
And I don't have a completion date on that, no.
Jennifer, are you there?
Or you want to talk parks first?
Go ahead and check first, and then we can do maintenance on it.
So there were 3 parks projects under Waterways and Waterways, the Rhododendron Park Boardwalk project, which was completed in 2019. So we are complete with that project, and that is fully over in operations for maintenance. The Logwood Park project was opened in July of 2022, so we're almost up to that 1 year warranty period, where everything will turn over then to maintenance, except for the piece where we have 5 years of maintenance for plants that were plants in environmentally sensitive areas, so wetland plants and things like that. So those have to be maintained for 5 years, and there's money in the capital budget for that. So after that 5 year period, then those kind of plants will then transition also over to maintenance. We have a consultant contract on board who is responsible for ensuring that the compliance with that 5 year plan. And it's usually the first 1 to 3 years where it's survivability, replanting and things. So the longer you have the plants, the more they get established. The last project is Floppides. That was opened just recently in April of this year. So that we have, even though when the park opens, that project isn't complete, we are still working with the contractor. There are still things that need to be addressed to get to completion and finally paying the contract, and then we'll be in that 1 year warranty period. The requirement there is for 10 years monitoring for those mitigation plantings. And that's a city requirement and other agency requirement. Again, there is money allocated in the capital budget for that effort, and we will have to look at a consultant to help us with that effort. So you start off with a baseline year, and then you measure then every year to make sure you're in compliance. So that's where we are on those 3 projects, and Jennifer can fill in the operations piece.
Yeah, so as far as maintenance, Lagoon Park, we're, been maintaining that since it opened last year, and we are, still kind of feeling our way through, figuring out, how folks are gonna use the park and what things we can expect, but obviously the park is much more used than the past. People are very excited about the park, so Lagoon Park and Tlatuanegees are both hugely popular, and there are a lot of people coming to the parks, which means a lot of maintenance, a lot more restroom maintenance, garbage, et cetera, but we're very excited about that. Tlatuanegees, we are still trying to feel our way through kind of like the norms there, dealing with a lot of goose poop, things that you might not think about, but just kind of trying to get those things kind of figured out. The roadway projects, we haven't really done a whole lot, but what we have had to spend a lot of time on is working with John's group and the contractor and holding them responsible for their, finishing up the different things in the landscape. Mostly, we're talking mostly irrigation. That has been a major struggle. We've been spending a lot of time on that, and just trying to hold that contractor responsible for what they're required to do can be very challenging. Well, the bridge is not part of the Walkways and Waterways project. It is kind of connected because we do have irrigation that connects to Juanita, and we also tied in the Road in our Park irrigation clock to some of that work. So just kind of getting all that coordinated and actually working is still ongoing battle and challenging. The West Sam Bridge landscape, the contractor there, we're having a real struggle with them maintaining the landscape, and kind of a lot of arguing back and forth on getting them to come in and do that work. So, we're frustrated. There's a lot of weeds out there, and we want that to look a little better. And so we're trying really hard to get the contractor out there to do that work and hold them accountable for that. And the 68th, we've done some inspections and that kind of thing, but we haven't really done a whole lot of work there. The good news is we finally got the 2 new maintenance workers on board that were, those positions were created to help maintain all those projects, the Walkways and Waterways projects. And so our second maintenance worker just started on the 26th of June. And so, or actually it was the 20th, the 20th. And so we're excited to get them going, get them all the training that they need to get, and get them up to speed on city operations and that kind of stuff. So it's great to have a full crew right now, but we'll still be working with getting contractors on board to help maintain some of that landscape, because there's just no way we can do it with just, our internal crew. So like the day-to-day weeding and, those kinds of things will be done by a contractor, and then our crews will be responsible for like the, irrigation or the, blowing down sidewalks. Like 68 sidewalk is going to be challenging, lots of leaves dropping on that sidewalk because it's really, in a kind of forested area there towards the north end. So we'll probably spend a lot of time on keeping the sidewalk clear and clean up there. So I think that's about all.
The other thing I would mention is 68 and Juanita, especially 68, have a lot of significant storm drainage improvements, detention vaults, ponds. A lot of work has been added to this, which is increasing inspection, monitoring, whatnot from Richards crew as well too. So
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that, and there's no delay in that. That's instantly ours, so we're already taking care of that. But it's it's kind of cool. I mean, it is work, but it's also cool to point out that the longest entire stretch of these 3 projects, I can't even think if there was any water quality or flow control facilities treating it at runoff, and now the entire stretch is completely up to new standards for water quality treatment, flow control were required. And even I think some new facilities in the park. So I think we have pushing 30 new surface water facilities that we're inspecting now, and thousands of feet of new and replaced conveyance systems.
Yeah, sorry, you just reminded me of something, John. So at a recent copy with council, somebody mentioned that the drainage from the Valverde townhomes was actually was missing where they had put their storm drain. And was going down to the street and going down to 68th and into our system. And I don't know if they claim that it's somebody who walks by there a lot. They just said that they saw a lot of water coming out of that development down into our system on the street. And that they thought maybe the drain that they had set up there might have been too high or something might have changed. I just wanted to flag that as an issue that came up that somebody brought up that might be worth looking at if we feel like our system there is getting.
They don't have final, they have substantial engineering inspection approval, so we are doing the final next week, so we'll look at it next week.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Angela.
Oh, I had a couple of questions. First off, I want to share, I get so much positive feedback about the Walkways and Waterways project. So the community definitely is enjoying it. They're appreciating it. You're probably seeing the maintenance of that, but people love it. So thank you so much. I remember seeing or hearing that we had been asking for volunteers to help with log boom cleanup because of the location. There's so much stuff that comes up on the water, and I'm not sure what the result was. So I was wondering if I could get an update. Was that like a one-time request for like a cleanup, or was that an ongoing request? And
I
if
think
so,
that specific one was a one-time request, but when Rob talked about the work that Tracy's group is doing at Wellswell Creek, that's exactly the kind of volunteering groups that we need, is that ongoing long-term commitment of maintenance. We've tried to do this over the years. Back when Cindy, I don't know if anybody remembers, Cindy was one of our events and volunteer supervisors. She was really heavy on the volunteer side, and she had this group that did a restoration project down there at Laguna Park. And, the part of that was, if we do this, we need people to commit to that maintenance, because we can't commit to this new, maintained, landscape there. And so I think we got people to do it for like the first year, but then it just fizzles out. And so trying to figure out what gets people to commit to a longer term, volunteering effort is like, I don't know what the recipe for that is, but Tracy's got to sort of figure it out. And we need to figure out what that is and try to replicate it for sure.
Yeah, so maybe emphasizing our Adopt a Park program. And then because we've been talking about financial sustainability, I have sort of, maybe this is a crazy question, but because our bathrooms at Log Boom are right there by the Burke Gilman, like, can we get funding for maintenance for our restrooms in particular, which support the Burke Gilman? I think a lot of people bike down from there and use them. I don't know. Is that a possibility?
It's a good question. I'm sure King County would not love that.
Good question.
I
mean, there's a good argument that it's like really supporting our shared resource at least.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And that's not just the restroom, but the parking lot as well.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
No, we need to start
Totally.
ticketing folks.
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, Deborah?
I just wanted to comment on the volunteer thing. From just many other experiences, I don't know that there is a way to get people, it's very challenging to get people to commit long-term, but if you can have a series of one-time commitments.
Yes.
And that can work, and people rotate through Yeah, so.
So right
Just the
now, as far as the volunteer efforts, Stephanie Brown is on maternity leave right now, and so Maria's filling in for her position temporarily. So, Marita is doing a great job with doing both events and volunteers, but, she is temporary and just trying to manage it all. So once Stephanie returns in the fall, we'll hopefully be able to hit the ground running, and by springtime, 2024, hopefully have spend a lot more time on recruiting volunteers and getting some of those programs going.
On.
I was just gonna tag on to that, because I think the thing that the city can do does tie into our discussion about engaging community. And if we have monthly events throughout the year, and we target community groups as well, that we really steer this as an environmental stewardship, climate action, empowerment, where people have the opportunity to participate in these events, which is at the root of the Swamp Creek project. I think it can grow, and it's a matter, I think the city will have to be there a little bit more rather than completely volunteer. I know Tracy does organize and coordinates, she's the point person for each thing. I think we might need staff to say, I'm the point person for each of these parks. I drive, I calendar, I make sure this is done. Then the community has the opportunity to come in and say, this is an event I can volunteer for. I know everything I need is here, and it's show up for
And
2
just show up.
hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
People, it's feasible, and then it can grow. That's just kind of the way I see it. I'm sure that's already in your head. I wanted to say it out loud.
The city is doing quite a bit of effort, so it's not just happening on its own.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, I'm really, Walkways and Waterways is always an example I use with other clients about how local leaders like yourselves do make stuff happen in the community. So I've been able to watch it from beginning to end. Pretty cool. So, we are at the 4:35 part.
Yeah, I think the plan for number 6 was described earlier in Melinda's memo, but. Melinda?
Yeah, I just had a little, something that I wanted to share. Since a lot of discussion is about bottom line, hence profitability, right? We don't really talk about that as a government, but that's how people look at it. And so what's the difference between profitability and sustainability? They have a little thing here, so I just want to read it. So profitability is consistently producing a monetary surplus from sales of goods and services, right, after removing expenses. What's sustainability? We talk about it all the time. So maintaining a reliable, reoccurring revenue stream to cover expenses and achieving financial results that are consistent with the expectations of the organization. So I wanted to share that because I thought that will help gauge future conversations.
Yeah, cool. Anything else on that? Okay. Wow, well, hard work, big agenda, but you jumped through the first one. Wow. That's the good news. The bad news is we're still starting at 9, so be careful tonight. And then speaking of tonight, don't we have a relocate and we gather somewhere? Does everybody know what that is?
Yeah, so it's a non-city business meeting. So we won't be talking about city business, but it's meet at the restaurant at 6 o'clock. And who has the itinerary? So
And it's walking, it's 614 at first.
Just like,
is it-
just like.
What's the name?
Oh, is it really close?
O'Connor
Okay.
Seafood and Prime Rib.
Yeah, okay. At 6 o'clock?
The good news is look, not that big.
Nope.
Right.
Even if it was across town, we could walk.
But we
Do
can do it.
do we keep our stuff in the room? I don't know.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
we have, I think we have another.
Yeah, we're gonna, well, am I adjourning or
No,
am
no, hold on,
I?
we have a micro announcement, don't you?
Yeah,
No?
That was at the beginning. It's okay. We had it, but.
we should have been.
Here, here.
So we can leave our stuff